Morning, members. Welcome to this first meeting of this committee. Can I first ask members to appoint a chair for the meeting, please? Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Claire. Could I propose Councillor Blake, please?
Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, could I propose Councillor John Campbell?
Councillor Johnston.
Just a second, Councillor McGregor.
Yeah, just a second, John Campbell.
Okay then, members, we have a motion proposed by Councillor McGregor, seconded by Councillor Johnston, that Councillor Blake be chair for the meeting today, with an amendment proposed by Councillor...
Sorry,
Councillor
Claire.
McGregor.
We'll withdraw our nomination of Councillor Blake. I think it's silly to go to a vote for a chair. So we'll let John Campbell chair today.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Campbell.
Good morning, members, and welcome to this first meeting of the Economy and Infrastructure Committee, which is being live streamed and recorded. The recording will be made available on the Council website for public listening. Members may notice that when calling members to speak, I will refer to them formally and using their title, e.g. Councillor Smith, so it is clear who are councillors and who, by the process of elimination, are officers. Before we move on to the committee business, I'm sure that all members will join me in sharing our condolences with the family and friends of colleagues of Mandy Green. Landlord registration and HMO licensing officer in the Housing Standards team, who sadly passed away on Friday the 30th, 2024. After a long and valiant battle against cancer, Mandy had been with the council for over 30 years and is a real Kent face, particularly in the west of the region, where she was responsible for organising the Stranraer RNLI Parkfest Music Festival, raising vital funds to help keep lifeboats operating out of the town. Somehow Mandy also found time over the years to sit in Stranraer Music Town Committee, the chair of Stranraer 400 Committee, which celebrated 400 years of the town being a royal borough in 2017. Mandy also taught beginners guitar at a local guitar club and was a member of the folk band Life O'Reilly, famous for appearing in the Gerard Butler film The Vanishing, which was filmed in the Mull of Galloway Lighthouse. Mandy was always upbeat, even during the most testing times of her treatment. At this sad time, the thoughts of everyone in the council are with Mandy's family, friends and colleagues. Remote participants, please follow the good practice guidance, which includes muting microphones, switching off your video when you're not addressing the meeting, writing speak in the Teams chat function when you want to contribute. If you're in the hall, you can do this on your iPhone or iPad. Please don't repeat contributions already made by other members. No material should be posted in the chat function if it is intended as part of the discussion. The usual standing orders apply, including any votes will be undertaken by roll call. If any member has to leave the meeting, please either leave the Teams meeting for that period of time or write leave in the Teams chat function and then join when you rejoin the meeting, so we can keep track on whether the meeting is quorate. All members should speak clearly, taking their time speaking directly into the microphone when making contributions. When referring to reports, please provide reference to the relevant page and paragraph to allow everyone to follow. Please focus contributions on areas where clarification is required or to propose an alternative to a recommendation. As members have been advised, as item 17 covers more than this committee's remit, the report has been withdrawn from today's agenda and will be brought to full council on the 3rd of October. As there is now no requirement to exclude the public, item 16 is also withdrawn. So we'll now move on to agenda item 2, which is the Sedrant apologies and Chair's approval of members' remote participation. Claire, can you give us the Sedrant apologies, please?
Of course, Chair, thank you. I should say that since the papers were published, Councillor Driver has been replaced in this committee by Councillor Wilson. We've got all 21 members present this morning, 7 on Teams. 7 on Teams are Councillors Brodie, Campbell, Davis, Hagman, Howie, Marsh and Walters. We also have Councillor Dashper in the hall today. He's not a member of this committee, Chair, but with your agreement may wish to address the committee.
Yeah, well, first of all, yes, I'm happy for members' remote participation. I'm also happy for any elected member who wishes to address the committee, bearing in mind that they won't be able to vote in any actions. So I'm content with that. Now move on to agenda item 3, which is declarations of interest. Do any members have any declarations of interest they wish to make or a statement of connection? Councillor Engels.
Thank you, Chair. It's a statement of connection at item 12, Newton Street Initiatives, place plans in the paper, and I chair Newton Street Initiative.
Thank you. Councillor Richard Brodie.
Thanks, Chair. Statement of connection on item 5, a member of Ann Harbour Action Group intends to stay in the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other members with a declaration or statement? Don't see any hands going up. Okay, we'll now move on to agenda item 4, which is the Economy and Infrastructure Revenue Budget Monitoring Report 2024-25 for the period ending 30th of June 2024, Quarter 1. The report by Executive Director Economy and Infrastructure. This report provides members with an overview of performance against budget for the current financial year, covering the period ending 30th of June 2024 for the Economy and Infrastructure. I've got Tam Alder and Andrew Shannon are available to take any questions on the report, along with other officers that may be required. Does either Tam or Andrew have anything to add to the report? If not, I'll just go to questions.
Nothing to add, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll open it up to members' questions. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Whilst reading the report and under all the pressures that we've got at the moment, being realistic, our overspend was probably quite predictable. But we do seem to keep coming back year after year. It's almost like Groundhog Day when it comes particularly to transport. So my real question is, what can we do going forward to make sure our budget is more realistic and robust?
Thanks, Councillor Johnson. Who wishes to come in and address that question? It looks like the Executive Director, sorry.
Yeah, thank you. So we're looking to undertake a review, particularly focusing on ASN transport. As you say, it has been a problem over a number of years, and it's certainly not limited to this authority. That there's a national challenge around that area in terms of growing demand for transport. So we're certainly not on our own, but we're keen to do some benchmarking across Scotland and wider as well to understand what other areas are doing to try and mitigate against it. But the review will also explore some of the options that have already been put on the table from the wider strategic review that's been undertaken to see if there's a way to minimise costs. I mean, you'll see from the report that we have added some additional budget already in this year, but the reason we're predicting an overspend is because it wasn't as much as the total amount spent last year. So, you know, I think we have to be realistic in terms of that position, but we're certainly not burying our heads in the sand with it.
Like to come back in, Councillor Johnson?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It's actually, you know, it's a bit of a more, perhaps a slightly more, you know, in-depth question to a certain extent. It's, it always surprised me, and this is just from my kind of financial background, that we have a directorate that has the demand, yet another directorate bears the cost. Is there mileage in pursuing realignment?
Yeah, thanks for that. I think we had the same issue when we had communities as well, that the decision was made in a completely different directorate, yet the funding came from that one. Yeah, but same issues, just transferred over, I suppose. Do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, absolutely. And interestingly, it was a very similar setup in Blackpool, where I've come from. So for me, it's about viewing the income and the expenditure across the authority as one. It almost doesn't matter which directorate that spend goes in. It's about us all working together as a you know, one council approach to try and minimise the spend and maximise the opportunities that are there. So I don't think it really matters where it sits. The reality is there is a pressure regardless of that.
Thanks very much. I've got Councillor Marshall, Councillor Stevenson, then Councillor Thompson. Councillor Marshall, please.
Yeah, I think Malcolm's maybe identifying some of the things with regards to the new restructure, some of the anomalies. I think the Labour Group would only want to place on record, you know, our concerns about restructure, and even in these early days where these questions are being asked. I have a number of questions. Do you wish them to be taken one by one, or probably easier?
If they're short questions.
Yeah, they are short questions and hopefully short answers. Just in para 4.5, the £200,000 overspend, it's really just an early view at this stage whether, you know, we're expecting to see that increase or we're able to actually reduce that going forward this year.
Executive Director.
Thanks. Yeah, I think it's unlikely that it will reduce this year, if I'm being honest. Clearly, we'll make every effort possible to bring that down. But given the position of last year in that particular area, I think it's a realistic projection at this point.
And then on the next paragraph, it's with regards to the school bus transport. It says that in the last sentence, the increased funding requirement will be supported through a combination of recurring and non-recurring resources. I just wonder if we give a little bit more detail on what those would be.
Sorry.
That'll be Tam.
Tam, I think this is one for you.
Sorry, I'll come in there. Thank you, colleagues. So just to confirm in terms of the councillor's query, this is in relation to the report that was considered by full council on the 26th of June in relation to the school and bus transport. Within that report, we highlighted the resources that were already set aside within the budget in relation to inflationary pressures, which is the ongoing element of £212,000 that will be accommodated on a recurring basis. But because the ask was significantly beyond those resources, what we set out within the report was that the remainder required uplift would come from non-recurring resources, and this funding source for that was the Budget Pressures Resilience Fund. So that will be the combination within there. We did highlight within the report that there is obviously a risk because we're only applying that excess funding on a non-recurring basis, that there will be a requirement for those contracts to then come back in to the core resources when we come up for retender at the beginning of the next financial year. So there is that risk there in terms of those resources being required to come back in within the core element for October 2025.
Councillor Marshall.
Thanks for that. The next one is it's over the page, it's 4.12, it's the additional support needs transport. Obviously there's a pressure of an additional £200,000. It does say in the report, and we're awaiting confirmation of the exact numbers of children requiring transport, but when will we be in a position to establish that?
Thanks, Councillor Marshall, Executive Director.
Yeah, so it's an ever-changing number actually, but the biggest increase tends to be at the start of the academic year. So at the point that this report was written, we didn't have that information. We're hoping to have it in the next week or so. In fact, we do actually have it, but it now needs some analysis doing to it to kind of understand what that impact looks like. But I think the challenge, particularly for this service, is that although we get that number, and as I say, that's the biggest growth area, tends to be at the start of the academic year, we're constantly getting children referred into the service requiring more transport and children leaving as well. So it's an ever-evolving number, which can, makes it a little bit more complex.
Thanks. I just wonder if members can be given that information once that's been established, if it's in the next week or so. The next one is with regards to 4.14 and fleet management. It identifies at the end that the expenditure is contained within the available resources by the end of the financial year. I'm just wondering, it mentions about spend to save, and it also mentions about current leasing arrangements. So what measures give us a flavour of what those measures could be?
Thanks, Executive.
Thanks. Yeah, so we're looking at a number of different options, as it says, around the kind of spend to save. Some of those may well be looking at options to convert from leasing to outright purchasing, and whether that in the long term will realise a saving and ensure that we come in on budget. So it's looking at areas like that to reduce our outgoings.
Bear with me just a couple more. Just on 4.15 on the roads, it states that that we have the additional staff and resources in place now. Can I just double check that is the fully resourced staff and levels that was agreed?
Executive Director.
I can come back to you on that if that's okay.
And finally, on Appendix 2, there is 2 items: co-locating of services and the purchase of vehicle and plant and equipment. That we're already forecasting that we won't achieve the savings. So I think for co-locating the services, we're only going to achieve 40 as opposed to 50. And purchase of vehicles, it's 80 now as compared to 120. I'm just wondering if there will be any efforts or what efforts will be taken to try and address that so we achieve the full savings.
Thanks, Councillor Marshall, Executive Director.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as you'll be aware, I've not long been in post, so we're still kind of, both myself and Natalie, who unfortunately isn't here today as the Assistant Director, are still sort of getting our heads around some of these areas. But yeah, absolutely every effort will be made to try and bring that back by the end of the year.
Thanks for those, Chair.
Thanks very much. I suppose, for the benefit of all 43 members, if we can get some kind of update circulated, that would probably be helpful as well. I've got Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Chair. Again, just on the additional support needs transport, it says at 4.13 about officers are progressing work to try and mitigate the extent of the pressures immediate and long term. When can we expect to report back to committee? Thank you.
Yeah, Executive Director.
I think it would be realistic to give us 2 to 3 months before we'd be in a position to come back with an informed report. So perhaps I think November will be too soon, if I'm honest. So I think we'd be better to aim for the February committee.
Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Chair, for letting me back in. And will that give us plenty of time before April when we need to renew these contracts and sort budgets and things? Thanks.
Yeah, I guess any decisions, if there's decisions that need to be made early, we'll absolutely bring them back to the committee. But in terms of the kind of review and the medium to long term kind of actions that we see, it may take a little bit longer to firm those up in terms of the review that we're going to be undertaking.
Thanks very much for that. Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. A couple of questions, so I'll just go through them as best I can. Just to sort of echo the concerns or the comments of members on Table 1, 4.2 on the ASN. This did come up in, I mean, it's been variously discussed, but even in audit risk and scrutiny about I suppose, that relationship between the provider and the client. So I know there's a sort of, well, at the end of the day, it's the outcome that matters. It doesn't really matter, but I think even directorates will probably be looking through their own budgets to find efficiencies and optimise them. So where that sits might actually be a factor at some time. So that clean relationship might be helpful. In terms of the property, section 4.8, paragraph 4.8, it talks about an additional 450k. I'm just sort of wanting a kind of assurance for elected members about how do we keep on top of how well we're optimising our assets. And that could include, letting go of assets or improving them so they're less costly. Just hearing on the back of Councillor Marshall's comment about the co-location, that's long been an ambition and seems to be across our public sector partners about sharing locations, and yet somehow, even though everybody seems to be signing up for it, seems to be very slow progress over the years. So I just wonder if there's something systemic or endemic in that which prevents it from happening easily. The other thing about the unknowns, I suppose, at 4.10 in terms of the MBT, if the unknowns get into the point where it's a 7-figure sum, I think we probably need to have a better way of preparing for that, because you're starting to get into big figures about the specialist insurance that might be required for unique facilities. So if we could maybe get some comfort on that. I appreciate that's a few sort of comments and questions, so we'll stop there to allow those to be picked up and then just come back for a second bite, if that's okay, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Thompson. Who wants to pick this one up? Again, the Executive Director.
Yeah, I take your point in terms of the ASN transport, and I guess when I say it doesn't matter where it sits, we should all want to take responsibility and be accountable and improve the spend around that provision, if you like. And we're only going to achieve that. It doesn't matter which directorate it sits in. It's about us all working together and, as you say, with providers to build those relationships and to make sure we've kind of got the right scrutiny and check and challenge internally to come up with the best solutions that kind of fit the financial envelope that we have. So I say that in a positive way, that if we spend our time trying to say, well, we can't make those decisions, so we're not able to do anything about it, I don't think it's particularly productive, whereas building those relationships and working to come up with joined up solutions for me is the way forward.
Councillor Thompson.
Thanks. I'll try to make these more like questions rather than comments. But in terms of the fleet at 4.14, again, this was already touched upon, but presumably there's a correlation between age and maintenance cost, or a sweet spot after which it's no longer really useful to hold on to fleet, statistically. I'm just wondering, have we got that right? Because if we're now reporting pressures, it sounds like we maybe need to shift something to maybe replace fleet at an earlier stage, or I'm guessing this would be a kind of known liability the older sort of fleet gets. So I'm just wondering if that's something we need to check, that we're making the right assumptions. Are we doing that is the question, I suppose. And then on page 19 in Appendix 1, this is just budget lines. So there's a 245k spend for engineering design. And the only reason why I'm sort of asking about it is it does appear a little bit anomalous, is sort of in the bottom box, I think. But there's a sort of negative against each of the, I don't know if it's a balancing figure, but it just looks a bit sort of incongruous. So I'm just sort of wondering, what was the spend and why was there an underspend for the rest of the sort of section? So it's really just, could I get an explanation about that figure as well? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Just before I bring the Executive Director in, if she wishes to contribute on that particular point, the 2 points that you just made there. I've got Mo who wishes to come in on the repairs and maintenance side. So if Mo, would you like to come forward, we'll just kind of clear that matter up and then we'll move on to the other asks. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Thompson really shared, understand your concerns about the property and repairs. Unfortunately, our estate portfolio is of an age that is really old and require upkeep. I think colleagues from finance highlighted in the report how we struggle in terms of PPM perspective that usually minimize the repair side of things. But what we're doing at the moment is reviewing our estate in terms of condition surveys to see how we can be in the front foot to addressing our properties, the estate teams as well, that are reviewing and refreshing the asset management plan to see, to increase, to make properties surplus or sell them or lease them to minimize the repairs. And as well, we are in the process of renewing our major term contract to improve the rates we get from the market. So I can assure you that every effort is being put in place, but yes, it is an issue for us from that, but the team working really hard to minimize any risk when it comes to that.
Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, so it's something that isn't in the report but has a bearing on revenue budget. And I just wondered about we had a sort of long-standing issue with radio masts, which is an asset, but we weren't receiving the revenue. And I gather that there's been some progress made on that over recent years to recover some funds. So I'm just sort of wondering, would that sit within this asset class in terms of our, or is it somewhere else? And do we know what that figure is that we've managed to recover? I'm sure I heard it was about 1.6 million or something, which is backdated, but it'd be helpful to know because obviously it's potentially good news in one sense as well. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sure in the last Communities Committee, the figure of 1.6 was bandied around, but I can't remember what's happened since then. I don't know if you can clarify that, Mo, or maybe the Executive Director.
I think Gillian have more knowledge about that one than me, if that's okay.
Gillian, would you like to come in?
Yes, sure. Sorry. So just to confirm, Councillor Thompson is correct in that we have now successfully addressed the long-standing issues with the Radio Hill site, and that the significant majority of resources in relation to prior years has now been received. I think the value we've got at the moment is just over £1.2 million. There are some elements in relation to the invoices for the current year and those for last year that now need to be raised, and we expect full payment in relation to those. But as Councillor Thompson's referenced, they are backdated elements, and we have accounted for this income in the year in which the income was due. So the receipt of this income will just simply match those resources that we had anticipated. So there won't be any additional windfall in terms of resources. It is simply that we have now received those that we are anticipated to be due. So again, it's a positive news in terms of we've been now able to successfully resolve those long-standing issues, and we anticipate that will now allow us to progress with the normal billing arrangements that we would do going forward.
Thanks, Gillian, and if we can get the Executive Director just to cover the last 2 points that you made.
Thanks. Yeah, so just in relation to the fleet and whether we're kind of hitting the sweet spot around maintenance and replacement, I think it's always a real challenge, that particularly when we're in challenging financial circumstances, that those things tend to get pushed and stretched as much as possible. I'll be honest, that's something that I still need to understand in more detail, but it does tend to vary by fleet type. And given that we're looking at the options from moving from leased to purchased with some vehicles to make some savings, I think it will be a mixed bag across our fleet. So yeah, it's something certainly we'll look to try and understand a little bit better moving forward.
Thank you very much. If there are no further questions.
Sorry, Chair, it was just the final point.
It
was the 245 on the engine and design part in the budget. Thank you.
Gillian?
Yes, thanks, Councillor Thompson. Apologies, I'd forgotten about that one. So the engineer and design function forms part of the roads and infrastructure service. Historically, we have shown it as a separate line, and the configuration of the new services will obviously be subject to review. But overall, the engineer and design has always had a negative target in terms of it will more than meet its costs in relation to the work that's anticipated, and that's due to the contributions that it receives from external bodies, plus also the internal recharging mechanisms from capital. So there are, it is budgeted always to more than recover its costs, similar to some other services within the council, such as registrars, with the overall income levels exceeding the expenditure. So that's why it does have a negative budget in relation to those. I can happily provide some further details should Councillor Thompson wish to receive those.
Thanks, Gillian. Don't see anyone else coming in, so Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. It's just a question on page 21 of the Appendix 2. It's about the energy efficiency in buildings, and I know it's kind of related to what Mo was discussing earlier, but I'm just wondering if that saving was ambitious enough, potentially, and if there are further opportunities, surely we're going to try and get a bigger saving if that is possible. And then, and a slightly related thing, as part of the climate change group as well, I'm looking at the impact assessment and stuff at the end of the report, and we're dealing with conditions of buildings, we're dealing with transport and things. Surely there's some impact in there on our net zero targets.
Thanks, Councillor Johnson. Mo?
Thank you, Chair. In terms of energy efficiency savings is a more realistic number for what, in terms of the project and the repairs we carry. We could be probably higher, but as well we need to take into account the market rates that are going up, so we need to offset that. So far it's looking really promising, and as well with colleagues from finance and members, you approved the Spend to Save scheme last year for the LED lighting. So that project is underway as well. So hopefully that will incorporate into those savings in future years. In terms of the new build projects, like the Dumfries High School, the design team, they use every kind of endeavour to work towards net zero, but it is really difficult to achieve it in our existing portfolio when refurbishments are required rather than a new build. Thank you.
Thanks, Mo. If there are no further questions, I'll move to recommendations, which is members are asked to note 2.1, 2.2 and 2.3. We're happy to do so. Nods in the room. Thank you, members. Now move on to agenda item 5. This is the Capital Programme Quarterly Monitoring Report, Quarter 1, 2024 to 25. This report provides members with a financial and progress update on delivery of the approved capital programme, including asset classes and priority projects within the current delegated responsibilities of the Economy and Infrastructure Committee. In place of Natalie McHale, I've got Mo, who's here, is available to take any questions on the report, along with other officers that may be required. So I'm happy to, unless there's anything you wish to add, Mo, happy to go to questions.
No, nothing further to add, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mo. Councillor Dashper.
Thanks, Chair. My question's about the George Hotel, page 32. I'm finding this really quite concerning. There's been a 12-week delay, according to this report, and the Council's going to review it to identify potential measures to claw back time. I don't recall a time, certainly since I've been elected, that a council project in Stranraer has not been witness to delays. What measures do we have to expedite that process? Not for this project, for this project in specific, but basically everything, because it affects the roads, which has been shut for over a year now on Church Street. There's also nothing here about the business case for the George Hotel. So any reassurances could we have on that, please? Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Dashper. Mo?
Thank you, Councillor. The George Hotel itself, if I will touch on that, then I will touch on the general programme. It's a very challenging and a complicated project because the project, due to the nature of the building listed, so we had to retain the facade, so which had to carry for repairs to it. And that's where the delay is coming from. So there were further grounds work required and with the complicated underpinning to the neighbouring properties. Yes, 12 weeks is a big delay for the project, but the team are working really hard to see how they can mitigate those delays. I'm not telling you here we will fully mitigate the 12 weeks, but they will mitigate as much as they can. I think as of last week, the steel is going up, which is quite a positive thing that shows that there is a good progress in the project. In terms of project in general, but the delays, yes, it's an issue, but it's not just Dumfries and Galloway. It is unfortunately industry-wide problem, and that comes in terms with procurement, materials, shortage in resources. It's not like back in the day where there is good resources in terms of apprenticeships, and we struggle that in this region where contractors, they either refuse to come to our region to carry works or are very commercially aggressive towards council contract. But we are working with our internal teams and external partners in terms of frameworks, etc., to work with tier 1 contractor and at the same time to encourage local small contractors to do business with, and we will try to improve that where possible. Thank you.
Thanks, Mo. You wish to come back in?
Yeah, thanks, Mo. No, I appreciate that about the struggles and such with contractors. I think the next part of my question was about the business case. I'm just quite concerned that we haven't identified an operator for the building yet. And that's been taking quite some time. I'm conscious that we're building this building, but we still don't know who's going to take it on yet once it is constructed. Thanks.
Before I bring Mo back in, some of these questions could have been raised out with the meeting. This is a strategic report, and I mean, obviously, a lot of elected members have various issues across the piece, right across Dumfries and Galloway, and you don't have to wait until the committee to ask for these updates, etc. So updates can be done out with committee, but I do take your point, and I'll let Mo come back in just to address that. Thanks. Sorry, Stephen.
Chair, yeah, perhaps I can come in just to assist on that point. Work was commissioned, as you may be aware, Councillor Dashper, to look at the model, the operating model, and we're still in discussion with some potential end users around that. I'm more than happy, Chair, to ensure that that update is provided out with the committee.
Thanks for that assurance. I've got Councillor Stevenson, Hagman, Slater, Walters and Thompson. So, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Chair. Just on the Mid-Steeple Quarter, at 4.5.13, we read exact figures are not yet available to officers. However, we understand the capital expenditure gap. So we don't actually know what the exact figure is, and we're being asked to give another grant of £350,000 to council money. I find that quite concerning, that we don't have all the information available. And we know of the recent issues with Mowbray, that we fell into difficulties there, and there's concern of what will happen with that. So I suppose when will we get exact figures from this, seeing as we're being asked to provide another contribution to them? And can I also ask for an update on Mowbray, preferably as a paper through this committee? Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Stevenson. Who wants to pick that one up? Mo?
Can I defer that to my colleague Melissa on Teams?
Yeah. Melissa, are you online?
Yes, I am. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. In relation to the question about Mid-Steeple Quarter, So we're working with Mid-Steeple Quarter and its cost consultants in terms of the forecast final account and the funding shortfall. And what they're undertaking at the moment is a process of value engineering. So what we've done with them is that we've obviously, in order to meet the deadline for today's committee, we froze that process at that particular point in order to identify an up to figure, which is what we've identified in the report as a recommendation for up to £350,000. So it certainly would be no more than that. And we're having a further meeting later on this week in order to get an update on what the financial position is, with a view to bringing that figure down further. In terms of further grants, this is actually the first time that a contribution to that project has gone through the economic development asset class in the event that elected members and committee decide to approve that contribution today. What we've been doing throughout this project has been aligning a range of external funding streams to deliver this project, including things like the Scottish Government's Regeneration Capital Grant Fund, place-based investment programme, and I think in earlier phases it was Town Centre Capital Fund as well. So this is the first instance where a contribution is being sought from the economic development asset class. The maximum would be 350, and see we're working on that to reduce that figure this week.
Thanks very much, Melissa. Has that been helpful, Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, it's been helpful to an extent, but we did, the building was given from the the transfer, and obviously the capital grant came through, but this is also money that could go elsewhere, and we just need to make sure when we're giving money away that, that's the money that's been asked for and that's the money we give. But can I also get an update on the Moatbury through the committee, please? Thank you.
Who can assist with the Moatbury? Steve?
Chair, we can provide an update note. There is a meeting with the other public sector funders and the liquidators happening later this week, so happy to provide an update following that.
And that could be shared with all members, not just those on the committee?
Yes, Chair.
On that point, Councillor Marshall?
Yeah, on that point, I think that's fine to get an update on the situation, but I do think a report needs to come back as well because of the Council's interest in Moatbury and what's developed there and our interest in that. Then there needs to be a report at some point comes back to the Appropriate Service Committee so we can look at this, because there's a lot of people unhappy about what's happened there. The Council's got an interest in it. We've got to be seen to be open and transparent about our involvement in that, especially as the future is still undecided.
Yeah, I do take your point because the council did invest some funds in that. I don't know if that can be accommodated, Steve.
Yes, Chair, and that's still kind of being worked through at the moment in terms of what the implications might be. But clearly, if there were decisions required by the council in relation to its funding, then we would bring that report to this committee.
Councillor Johnson.
It's on exactly the same point that Councillor Marshall's raised there. I think it's all very well we come back if there's implications for further funding or what we're going to do forward. But I do think we need to have a report back detailing exactly what's happened. This is a considerable amount of money that we've invested in this, and just to blithely write it off. I don't think it's really acceptable. I think we should get a full report on that. So I'm happy to support Councillor Marshall on that.
Yeah. However, Moatbury is not in the report, so these are obviously vested interest in a number of elected members. Particularly, well, all 43, because we don't like to spend the public pound and then see it disappear as quickly as what's happened here. However, it is being progressed, my understanding, so when we get more information that could be brought back, but I don't want to get bogged down in this particular committee on one particular subject of Moatbury. But Councillor Stevenson did make the point by raising Moatbury because there are a number of funding streams in here. Are we, directing the funding, the public purse in the right direction? So I do take members' points, but I won't be getting bogged down in Moatbury. So, Councillor Marshall.
Yeah, can I just come in that? I mean, I think the reason why we're raising it is because the council has been silent on it up to now, and the council has an interest in it. And because there was nowhere in the agenda, because it wasn't mentioned anywhere, I think the opportune time to do it is under agenda item 5, because we have made an investment in the past. So I do think that a report needs to come, and we need to learn the lesson. This, you know, about what's happening with regards to Mowbray, and anything that the council can do to kind of have a positive impact on what happens there.
Yeah, and as I say, you know, work is in progress at the moment, and you know, reports will be brought back to a future committee, maybe not this one, but maybe even full council, I don't know, but we will get something, but I don't want to get bogged down today on that particular item. So, Councillor Hagman.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, members. Lisa, we've not had a chance to meet yet, but welcome to Dumfries and Galloway Council too. So, no, thank you for that. Just, Chair, if I may, on the previous point, certainly, as you're aware, the SNP group have some great concerns about Mowbray too, and certainly I would absolutely support the request for perhaps a members' briefing, but also for a report to come back to the relevant committee. So if we can capture that as either an action or as an additional recommendation, if we need to have that as an additional recommendation, I think we absolutely need to be clear on that, so members have a clear sight on this. So my points in relation to item 5, this is a quarterly monitoring report, so in effect it's a historical report. I've got a couple of questions, but first of all, I'm quite concerned just by the actual presentation of this. So we have got 10 items for agreement within the recommendations and 7 points to note, all captured in the 12 recommendations. Our reports must be absolutely open and transparent for members of the public to be able to pick them up and fully understand where we are at. And while this is a historical report, as the appendix says, up to the 30th of June, we're actually being asked for additional revenue to be allocated. We're also referencing work beyond the 30th of June. If I take, for example, in paragraph 4.5.7, references work within the LUF grant with grants issued at the end of July. So I think we need to be very robust in how we present our information. I would perhaps maybe even suggest that in future reports we separate out property and building with economic development, because by lumping it all together, appreciated for the same period, it becomes very cluttered, I think is the phrase I would use, in terms of getting some clear agreements. My question really is in regards to risk assessment. So we requested risk assessment of Annan Harbour, and that only came through a member's request at full council. But with the risks that all public sector organisations are facing in terms of budgets and constraints, are we doing a full risk assessment on all our projects? Clearly, there's going to be announcements made even today from the Scottish Parliament, but there will be, budgets, concerns, and organisations will be concerned about funding going forward. So are we doing a full risk assessment? It shouldn't be just because members asked for a risk assessment on a particular project at a particular committee. Can we get a commitment that that is going to be an ongoing point of all our reports going forward, and will there be a full review being done? Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Hagman. I'll see if we can get some assistance either from Mo or Stephen. Who wants to come in first? Mo?
If I can pick up on the report first, in terms of Councillor Hagman comments, totally appreciate your comment, Councillor. This is the first capital and monitoring report as a programme hall for the council, so we recognise that there is a wee bit of work to be done for the future and future committees. What I would say, we would welcome members' comment with feedback for us to incorporate in the future report, not a problem. In terms of risk assessment for Annan Harbour, if I can defer that to Melissa, if that's okay.
Melissa?
Yes, thank you, Chair. All the projects in the Economic Development Capital Programme have a risk register. where that is regularly reviewed with specific reference to the Annan Harbour Regeneration Project. We sought and commissioned specialist support because of the scale of that project and because of our exposure to risk as lead accountable body to the UK Government for the delivery of the Annan Harbour project. The work is still ongoing. The early outputs of that work are, we have some draft outputs emerging now since the report was written from our risk management consultants that we want to develop further, and we will bring those back to the committee in due course.
Thanks, Melissa. Thanks, Mo. Councillor Hagman, are you content with what's been said?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I appreciate this is a new structure. Comments have already been made about maybe some concerns as to how we go forward. So I think it is really important that we have an open dialogue, and where maybe we need to do things a bit differently, let's do it. We do have a business bureau that can look at how business is taken forward within the council. We've got a forward plan. We've had an ongoing dialogue about how members can actually see how actions are taken forward, because if you look back in council minutes, even a decade ago, we always used to have a list of actions that came out of committee, so members had a clear line of sight of that. That doesn't happen any longer, and it's taken forward through chairs and vice chairs. So yeah, really appreciate the opportunity. If we are doing things differently, we're trying to progress things forward, so let's use the systems we've got in place, and certainly as the business manager for the SNP group, really happy to feed into that process. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Hagman. All your points have been noted by the officers, so I'll move on to Councillor Slater.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just one point about Moatbury House. I know we're going back slightly here, but I did go to Moatbury House to speak to the manager, and I left my details for the chairman to phone me back, but that never happened. But I have a concern that the house is now sitting empty, and a number of buildings in this area have been damaged by vandals and that, and some have even been set on fire. So it concerns me about the house now. I know there's a lot of technical things and questions to be asked, and hopefully an investigation of why this has happened, because a lot of people have approached me as well, as other councillors here have too. But if I go into my question now as such, it's about the 4510, the Mint Steeple Quarter, as Councillor Stevens said there. There is concerns about this because it's apparently, it says some of the hold-ups were caused by nesting birds and complex associated with secure and access and agreement from neighbours. Now, I must admit, these flats now, there's going to be 7 of them, but if you look at the cost is approximately nearly £1 million a flat. Now in Bath, they're building 4-bedroom houses, and they're costing £900,000. But what I'm saying is, for £900,000 to build flats in Dumfries at that cost, it's a tremendous high cost. And now it's apparently run out of money, and it's wanting more money to be pumped in again. How can we be sure that even if you give them that money, this project will actually complete? So that's really my question. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Slater. Bearing in mind that it's not just flats that they're building at the Bid Steeple Quarter, but I don't know who wants to pick this one. Mo, Melissa?
Yes, Chair, you're absolutely correct. It's flats plus it's community and enterprise space, and in actual fact, the funding that we are providing hitherto via the Regeneration Capital Grant Fund has been solely towards the commercial space. The place-based investment funding has been towards the commercial space and the housing space, and the asset class money that we're seeking approval for today is to contribute towards commercial space. We're not asking for asset class money towards housing space, because obviously it's an economic development asset class, and it isn't used traditionally towards supporting housing costs. In terms of the project management, absolutely, it's a very legitimate question. And as I referred to in my earlier response, we have a meeting this week to get up-to-date figures, to confirm exactly what the ceiling would be. And part of that discussion is about the process from where we are now to reaching the project reaching final account, the project management methodologies that will be in place, cost control, etc. So we will be seeking certain assurances as part of our due diligence prior to a grant being awarded, and we'll be exploring that in a bit more detail with Mid-Steeple Quarter representatives later on. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Melissa. I've got Councillor Walters next.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. This is a completely different subject. On page 29, I just wondered if you could ask a few more details of the active travel programming at the top, the network strategy and the technical resource active travel team lead. A couple of questions is, can you just clarify what this actually entails? And also secondly, how it fits in with the capital, as in all the other things listed in there are very clearly capital projects, whereas this seems to be much more like a revenue project in terms of recruitment and education. So if you could just get a bit of clarity on that, would be great. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Walters. I've got Tony Toppin coming in on those points.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks for your question, Councillor. Yeah, it's a technical resource. We sometimes do have technical resources within our capital programmes to work on specific ones. For instance, road safety and speed limits and traffic calming have got specific technical resources which we can use external funding to source. This particular one, active travel, as you're aware, there's a lot been going on with active travel this year. There's a new funding model from Transport Scotland. The Council have received Tier 1 funding this year, specific to the Council's block grant that they get from Transport Scotland. So we're at the stage where we have had an active travel team that sits within my network strategy and road safety team. We know that the Swestrans team have now built up an active travel team, and we need to do the same within roads to start delivering on active travel strategy projects and to start to utilise some of the money that we do receive. So it is just being asked for committee approval to go into the active travel programme, and we're looking for a team lead, somebody that can take this forward. At the moment, I've had a team of technicians, but we're at the stage where if we're going to be serious about delivering a lot of this work, I need somebody in post that I can rely on, that can be my lead, that can report to me and can report to committee and to work with Swestrans. So, yeah, I do understand what you're getting at, that it doesn't seem to be a specific project or scheme. It is a resource, but we have used this way in the past to get approval for funding and to use the resource to its fullest to deliver on that programme.
Thanks, Tony. Councillor Thompson.
Thanks, Chair. A couple of questions. I suppose just on the back of earlier comments about some of the... well, I welcome Councillor Hagman's comment about the way the report's laid out. I think that is something that can obviously be looked at just to keep a clear thread of the projects and also the time scales that are being reported. But obviously I think there's a lot packed into this report just because of the new committee, so fair enough. In terms of the Annan Harbour project, it is concerning, equally like some of the other projects where there's been an escalation in costs that are concerning, and we might have to step in. It does seem to have leapt quite considerably from the 9.6 million in June 2022 to this reported gap of 2.8 million 2 years later. So there is something about the robustness of the cases, and I think given that we've tried to support this as best as we can through its journey, it is kind of concerning as to how are we getting these so out of kilter, you know, so wrong in a sense. But so I'd welcome further updates on that, which I understand is coming. In terms of The transport, so this is at 4.6, and there's about the purchase of fleet, including buses. The report's relatively silent on the Levelling Up Fund transport, which I appreciate we put a bid in and then ended up being successful. Now, I understand that's going to be purchased in fleet as well, so I'm just sort of wondering, is there an overlap here, or is that going to be reported separately? And can anybody speak to that at the moment? Because clearly that was a significant fund being made available, so that would be helpful just to see where the join-up is. And I do welcome the active travel section in this, because it does help sort of, it's always been a bit of a mystery sometimes, when do we fund something, when does active travel do it, when does Sustrans do it? It was a bit of a cluttered landscape before, so it's good to have that reported here, particularly from my own ward, which I know we shouldn't get into parochial issues, but to see the Lockerbie roundabouts finally getting an approval for sort of to be recognised in the programme and get funding for that in the active travel, because that's long been an issue which all ward members will have been exercised about in recent times. So that's helpful, thank you. The final point is just about common good on some of the appendices. This relates to the clock tower in Castle Douglas. I think there was a dry rot issue there. I'd welcome any concern being addressed about liability potentially for dry rot spreading to neighbouring buildings. Are we sure we're not at risk as a result of any works or any come back to that? And I suppose it would get a bit messy if is it the common good or the council that would be responsible for that. And similarly on the Lochside toilets, I think there was a delay initially because the Common Good Subcommittee hadn't been asked if that was going ahead with their blessing. Can we just take care within our own estate and our own policies and practices that we actually do that, rather than start a project then suddenly realise we have to stop it because we didn't do what we were meant to do anyway, which was just check, is it common good, by the way? It turns out it is, obviously. And similarly, that business that runs from that and generates revenue in terms of the caravan park, it would be very helpful, and I've asked for this before, to get a look at a report that actually recognises both of the caravan parks that we operate as a council were put in place on two common good sites in Lochmaben and Castle Douglas, generate significant revenue, and yet the common goods receive nothing. And I think it's high time we reviewed that so that we can start considering how to deal with the surplus for the benefit of the local communities that are having to, if not suffer or welcome, then at least their land is being used and they're getting no income from that, which I think is morally not correct. So I'd welcome any comments on that. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Who wants to pick up on the clock tower, or do you want to come in? Transport. You'll do the transport one. Thanks, Executive Director.
So just picking up on your first question in terms of whether there's overlap around the transport, I don't have that answer, but we'll come back to you on that, if that's okay.
Thank you. Mo, do you want to come in on the clock tower and other issues? Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. So the clock tower issue in terms of dry rot, at the moment the team are working with the neighbouring properties to investigate, because the issue with dry rot, it jumps so quickly from a place to another. There might be probably issues in the past where we should have, during the works, the contractor should have checked the neighbouring properties. I believe they spoke with the neighbours, but they never went back. We got in touch with the neighbour, and we will be going in to check it. And if there is any issues, we will have to get them resolved through the capital non-asset class, because it comes unfortunately from our property, but it's not the common good. Lochside caravan park, I believe a report went to the common good committee and got approved, but Karen probably best to pick up on the other question about the caravan parks. Thank you.
Thanks, Mo. Karen.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Just to pick up on a couple of your points there, so the Lochside, I think that's the Changing Places toilet that's in connection to the inclusive play development. So a report did go to Common Good, just to give you that assurance prior to the project itself progressing. And then your second point, just in relation to the two caravan parks, Lochmaben and Lochside. that's certainly something that officers can start to pull information together, and I certainly know that we will have that a discussion with you in relation to that in the coming weeks. Thank you.
Thanks, Karen. Councillor Marshall.
Thanks, Chair. Again, as well, because of the breadth of the areas that the report covers, I've got maybe 2 or 3 points, but just take them each point. The first one is with regards to 4.4.4 on page 27, and it's really to kind of welcome the approach being taken with regards to the public realm asset class reprofiling. So, you know, that does address not only the ensuring that we spend the 3.5 million allocation, but also the nearly 2 million in slippage. And the fact that we have overcommitted with an additional 3 million means we've got 3 million projects, I take it, sitting on the shelf, ready to go. The one concern I've got, though, is with regards to when you look further in the report on page 31, 4.4.6, and it's the programme changes. And I know there is some new projects coming in, but the one that caused a little bit of consternation is the third bullet point. We're cancelling 3 asphalt programme carriageway surfaces due to lack of contractor capacity. So we just wanted a little bit more information on that, because if that's been cancelled because of lack of contractors, I'm just worried, is there other parts of the programme that will be affected? That's the first point.
Thanks, Councillor Marshall. Who wants to pick up on the carriageway asphalt programme?
It will be my colleague Stuart Cavan. He should be on the Teams call.
Okay.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you, Mo. Councillor Marshall, thanks for the question. The contract, the 3 sites that have been cancelled are actually going to be put forward for next year now. The reason being is the single supplier contract for the micro asphalt programme, their current fleet cannot manage to undertake the works at these locations, so we're having to look at manual applications, and unfortunately the manual side on the labour from the contractor is fully booked up for the rest of this financial year, so they will move into next year's programme and be delivered next year. That was the only reason for having to push them back within the programme to next year.
Thanks, Stuart. And you raised some points about the public realm asset class reprofile. Yeah.
And I think Stuart's explanation, you know, the fact that it's a single supplier, I think maybe if that's incorporated in the report, then it would maybe clarify, because it was kind of alarm bells ringing when, you know, it says we were cancelling these programmes due to that. The other one on with regards to the asset class programme is 4.3.3. It's the Stranraer Library. So it states that the initial budget was based on the first tender exercise. And I'm trying to read between the lines here, because that was cancelled due to it not being deemed not value for money. However, when we done a further tender exercise, it stresses that we have made the appointment of a small local contractor for the project, and the project was completed £33,000 in the budget. So my question is, was the first contract tender placed with some large companies or interested out with the region that bid for it? Because it seems to suggest to me, the more we concentrate on small local businesses doing the work in Dumfries and Galloway, we seem to be getting better results for that, or am I maybe reading this wrong?
Yeah, very good point. Mo?
Thanks, Chair. Absolutely, I agree with you, Councillor, and I'm very, very supportive to work with local small contractors to carry the works for the council work. It's a two-way street. We will both benefit from it, the contractors themselves from an economic perspective, but us as a council in terms of quality, what we get and value for money. Unfortunately, well, I shouldn't say unfortunately, but we have to follow the procurement standing orders and regulations. So when these contracts, they go in PCS, we find that a lot of small contractors either are not part of PCS, or when they see the amount of paperwork they have to put in, puts them off slightly. So recently, the procurement standing order changed slightly and allowed for a quick quote to go from 50,000 up to 500,000 in accordance with the national regulation. So hopefully that will encourage small contractor, because quick quote is less paperwork. And in terms of Stranraer Library, it was a quote at that time. It was just big contractors from the west. They put in bids. It was so expensive. When we pulled it back and we went out, we spoke to a few small contractors and asked them to put bids in, and that's where the underspend came in. Thank you.
Councillor Marshall.
Yeah, thanks for that response, and that is, that's really encouraging, and hopefully with the changes and that approach, then we should see a lot more benefit, and it will benefit the small businesses right across our region. The other, just 2 points with regards to projects, and I think they've been touched on. The first one is Zannon Harbour project at paragraph 4.5.9. I know the officers are working with them, but it just seems to be solely on how they address the 2.8 million gap. And I'm just wondering, do officers not at the same time maybe look, if it is possible, the potential option to scale back the project so that it would still be deliverable, it would still meet the terms of the funding grants it's got, but there may be elements that, for whatever reason, if you can't achieve the closing the affordability gap, there is an alternative measure which could be that the part of the project is delayed, but I'm just wondering whether there's scope to do that. And the second point, I think a few people have raised the issue of the mid-steeple quarter, and I do feel that there's a request for another 350,000, but when I read the report, it states that it's in excess of 800,000. Now, I don't know if the South Scotland Enterprise, it's been to the board and they have agreed the 400,000, but that still leaves at least a gap of 50,000 upwards, and I'm just wondering where is that to come from? Is the mid-steeple quarter putting that funding in? I'm just a little bit reluctant to agree 350,000 when that's less than half of what they need to complete the project, so we would have to probably caveat that, or just waiting to make sure that the rest of the project funds are in place before the council releases it.
Thanks, Councillor Marshall. Melissa, can you assist with that?
Yes, I can. Thank you, Chair. So, Annan Harbour regeneration project, yes. I mean, the 2.8 million is partially a reflection of the fact that when the Luff bid went in August 2022, well, when it first went to committee in June 2022, I think it's safe to say that given the accelerated timescale for preparing that bid, that the design team in Annan Harbour Action Group worked valiantly on this. But I think in terms of the technical design, it probably was broadly equivalent to having reached concept design. When the bid went in, as members will recollect, it was then unsuccessful in Luff 2, but was reappraised in Luff 3. But the UK government did not take account of the fact that the design had moved on, so the cost plan had developed, but also there had been a period of unprecedented cost inflation in the construction sector during the interim period. So that's why the costs had gone up. But the other aspect to this was that some of the funding package that we had earmarked and actually had submitted funding applications to the Scottish Government, that was subsequently revised. The Scottish Government paused its capital regeneration budget earlier this year. So that had an impact as well. So that's basically why we're looking at that figure at the moment. However, as part of the work to deliver an affordable project, we will have to go through an optioneering process, and part of that will be about considering options to rescope. Always with the understanding that we're required to deliver outputs and outcomes as specified in the Memorandum of Understanding that our council has signed with the UK government. So where we're looking at rescoping, we would have to have some discussions with the UK government on that to make sure they were completely satisfied if that was a route that we were going to go down. Mid-steeple quarter. the discussions really are about are due to mature this week, as I said. We've got a meeting later this week, and my understanding is that there is in principle agreement by South of Scotland Enterprise to make their contribution. So really what we're trying to do is ascertain the final amount, but we also have received an indication from Mid-Steeple Quarter that they themselves would be putting in some of the funding themselves towards bridging the shortfall. I think the real issue that's arisen for them is that the original scale of the term loan that they wanted to take out, which was I think in the region of in excess of £300,000, is probably not something that's going to be affordable given the revised revenue projections. But one final item of information in relation to that: South of Scotland Enterprise are working with Mid-Steeple Quarter to update their business plan and to explore options to maximise the revenue stream through the standard, as it's now called, once it becomes fully commissioned. So hopefully their revenue streams are going to be a bit more positive than they were thinking about over the summer. I hope that answers the question.
Thanks, Melissa. I've got Councillor Blake, Councillor Carruthers, Councillor Johnson and Councillor Slater, and hopefully we can get to the recommendations. Councillor Blake next.
Thank you, Chair. I've got two observations and one question, really. The first one, I would like to thank Councillor Dashburn for actually taking the time to come along here today. It may be a local matter for him, but it's a strategic paper article, and it's in the paper today, so his input was very worthwhile. My second observation is that obviously Moat Brae has been mentioned a number of times, and I agree it's not in the paper, but it's an emerging issue, and many members are really concerned about this. And I think it's a very worthwhile suggestion that a report be brought back to this, and I'd be quite happy if Councillor Marshall wants to propose that report comes back to the next meeting. That I'll quite happy to second that. If we go on to it's page 36, paragraph 471 refers to White Sands. Now, I'm aware that the work, as it stated, started in June 2024, but soon after the investigatory work started, I'm aware that it encountered a problem in that there were a partial road collapse near some of the test boring sites. There's nothing in the paper here, but I think it's important that we as a committee get sight on that, and just to see what the implications of that are, and I think that has to come back to this committee. In addition, Councillor Thompson also mentioned the escalating costs of a lot of the projects. Well, White Sands will no doubt feature in that, and I realise that the costs are part of the time programme, but it's something we must bear in mind. But just to summarise, I think we do need a report on the Moat Brae, and we certainly do need an update on the White Sands position to a future committee. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Blake. On your point about the Moat Brae situation, I think we've already had assurances from officers that reports will be brought to committee. I mean, does it need to be a recommendation, or can we get consensus from this committee that would be the case? Councillor Marshall.
Yeah, I kind of suggested at first with regards to the report and support what Councillor Blake and other members have said. I think specifically what report, and for all members, we want like a full report on the history and the involvement in the council, the current situation and steps to take forward, and also any legal implications. So I think it's a specific report that looks at the council involvement, an update, what we can do, and the next steps and options going forward, and what the council's obligation is.
So can we take that forward as an action?
Sorry?
Is it take that forward as an action rather than a recommendation?
A proposal, so that it comes to the next committee. I think it needs to come to probably the next meeting of this committee or the appropriate service committee.
Okay, we'll come to that when we go to the recommendations. And on your points about the White Sands, who have we got? Okay, I've got the Executive Director.
Thank you. Yeah, so following the committee meeting in June, the new gateway process is in the process of being implemented. So as part of that, White Sands will come once it reaches the Gateway 2 stage. My understanding is that that will be the December full council committee. So that's what we're aiming for at present.
Can I come back in?
Yeah, and you had another point before that.
I'm aware of the timescale, but I think it's more the Emerson issue about the partial road collapse. I think we need information on that before that, but if that could come to members.
Mo?
Yes, I will speak with colleagues about that. I think the reason they're not being in this report, I think the SIR investigation only started on the 18th of June, but I'm sure I will ask the project management team for the project in terms of further details, and I expect for further details will be greater than this in future report. And just in your point about cost, I think Lisa already touched on it. The new gateway process going forward will ensure the gateway stages in terms to manage that cost, and the robust governance processes are in place, so that will be mitigated at the break points rather than the end of a project or where we go into contract. Thank you.
Are you content with that, Councillor Blake?
Yes, that's me, thanks.
Councillor Carruthers.
Thanks very much, Chair. First, a very warm welcome to Lisa as well, and her recent appointment as Executive Director. Two quick questions. 2.3, just a reassurance for Mo, I think, in the first place. And a museum, that's only slippage in time, just for reassurance. And 2.5, I'd be comfortable to remove that, Chair. Biggest complaints I'm getting from local contractors is that the contracts are far too big and they can't go for them. So Mo's identified one reason why they wouldn't go for them, because of the complexities around about them and the smaller businesses, but the size of the contracts are humongous, and that's why some of them are just, they're not bidding for them. So I'd be happy to see that removed and try and progress that in some way forward over the next, we've got until the end of the financial year.
Thanks. Mo, wish to address any of that?
I suppose, Michael, it is only time slippage for the Anna Museum then. I think I'll maybe bring that back up at the recommendation. Was that correct?
Yeah, so Annan Museum, we had some difficulties around the procurement. It took a wee bit longer to get to a contract, and we are evaluating a contractor now. And admittedly, we had a wee bit issue about the wee bit some misunderstanding with the community group, but we resolved that now, and the community group staying in the Victoria whole side of things, so that hopefully will progress things, and that's where the slippage happened. But the team should be able to pick matters up in the next, like in terms of the next financial year spend.
Thanks for that, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Carruthers. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. It's actually, it's on page 49, the Economic Development Capital Programme, and it's just a wee quick question, and it's an issue that's been going on for a number of years, and it concerns the Dumfries Cars scheme. We've had difficulty over years taking projects forward, and we've got an allocation in here of 356,000. Are these projects going to be taken forward in this year? And if they aren't, are we looking at replacing some of them that were on the list with other ones that could be taken forward?
Thanks, Councillor Johnson. Mo?
Sorry, can I defer that to Melissa? As the cars is economy.
Melissa?
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure I'm going to be much help with this one either, because the Dumfries Conservation Area Regeneration Scheme is actually, on an operational level, is delivered by a different service. However, my understanding is that following the departure of the previous CARS officer, a successful recruitment process has taken place, and that a new member of staff, I think, starts this month to take over from the previous post holder. Without wishing to put words in their mouth, I would assume that part of the induction process will be the review of that programme to update where the projects are, and to consider what options that they've got in terms of ensuring that that spend target is achieved by the end of the financial year. I can get more detail from my colleagues who actually run that project, and bring that to the next meeting if that's required.
Thanks, Melissa, and hopefully Steve can maybe assist.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Really just to add to that, that we do have a reserve list of projects, so some of the delays have come about following the discussions with some of the property owners not wishing to progress on the individual building improvements, and for that reason I think we did bring a report to a previous ENR committee with a longer list of reserve projects. So we're now starting to work our way through the reserve projects. And as Melissa said, we did have a capacity gap for a short time, but that's now been filled in. That key post of the CARS project officer has now been filled. Thanks.
Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, the reason I raise it is because we have had this money allocated for a number of years in the budget, and nothing's really happened. And all that's going to happen with this is, as time goes on, we've had things, throughout this report about inflationary increases. So, in effect, the value of this funding is dropping, and I think it's important that we actually take these things forward quickly.
Yeah, some fair comments there. I've got Councillor Slater, Barretti and Thompson, and hopefully we can get to the recommendations. So, Councillor Slater.
Two questions, Chair. One's on page 36 regarding Dumfries Zero Waste Park. It says here the council will issue a tender mid-August 24 to appoint the main contractor who will sit in the project team on market test and delivering work. Has that been done? That's one question, sorry.
Mo.
Thanks, Chair. So yes, the contract is out to tender. We should have the returns mid-September, and hopefully following that we'll appoint a contractor to work with the design team to carry the project forward. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Mo. Your final question?
Stuck. Yes, the other question was about the White Sands. There is a car park on the White Sands that apparently it's needed for the White Sands scheme, but it's owned by a private entrepreneur. So can you maybe enlighten me if is that still the case or not? Thank you.
Who's coming in? Mo?
Yeah, I need to come back to you on that one, but I think you're probably correct. And if it is the case, it will be the estate team, and the legal team will work with the White Sands team to get that to estate. But happy to come back to you with the further details once I spoke to the White Sands team.
And it would be helpful if further details is shared with all members. Thanks, Mo. I've got Councillor Barretti, Thompson, and another one added, Hagman. After that one, well, hopefully we'll get to the recommendations. So, Councillor Barretti.
Thank you, Chair. I've been waiting for this. Executive Director has mentioned about vehicle maintenance and regimes in the fleet, and Councillor Thompson has brought this up on page 35 about the transport. What's not clear here, although it does say that some of the vehicles are not going to be purchased until March and October, and then small number of vehicles and vans are still to be confirmed. Now, this is a net zero question here. It's to do with our carbon reduction. None of the vehicles, as far as I know, is it an internal combustion engine? Is it electric? Because the two technologies have different frequencies of maintenance, and are we capable of figuring out what those levels are going to be going forward? So going forward, as our fleet generally is going to have to change to electric to meet those carbon reduction measures, would it be useful to have, say, for instance, a table as well at some stage to say what our current fleet is using and then what our new fleet might use? Because here, yes, it's nice to know that we're going to have to buy new fleet, but what are they going to be?
Thanks, Councillor Barretti. I've got Gordon Bryce on the call. Gordon, do you want to assist Councillor Barretti?
Yeah, through yourself, Chair. Councillor Barretti, so the vehicles are in order within the report are Euro 6 combustion engines. For a few reasons, mostly being on cost and on range, the vehicles that they'll be required to carry out for the frontline operations. We're doing a wee bit of analysis on the current electric fleet that we've got at the moment, sort of measuring running costs against fossil fuel vehicles. So that's kind of ongoing. The one thing that we need to remember, though, is even though we're operating electric vehicles, electric still has a cost there to charge the vehicles, the same as diesel does, and we're still bound by the old licence to inspect vehicles on regular schedules. So some of the maintenance is reduced and some of it isn't. The vehicles still have all the normal running gear and chassis suspension and so on that normal vehicles have. So there's still a cost of maintenance there. We'll never ever lose that. Technicians within the workshops are all currently going through training programs to upgrade their skills as well to allow us to maintain these vehicles in-house. So there's a lot of work being done in the background, and over the next couple of years we'll continue to analyse the costs of both sets of vehicles. Does that answer your question, Councillor?
Yeah, thank you, Gordon. It's interesting because we know that as we move forward to the electric infrastructure, we're going to have to change, or we're going to have to implement a change of charging systems. Now, I know we don't have a huge range of charging systems, whether they're AC or DC, but this also is going to have to be looked at going forward and keyed into any future ideas or plans. Thank you, Gordon.
Thanks, Councillor Beretti. Gordon, can I, just for clarity, the transport HGV buses and plants, was that part of the levelling up funding? If my recollection is correct, I think there was electric buses including the I see you shaking your head, so if you want to come back in on that.
Yeah, certainly, Chair. No, the transport asset class is separate to the proposed vehicles for the LUF bid. But we're still waiting on the LUF fund being confirmed by the DFT as well before we start spending on that project.
Thanks very much, Gordon. Councillor Thompson and Councillor Hagman, hopefully we can go to recommendations. Councillor Thompson.
Thanks, Chair, and apologies for coming in twice, but it was just as you move towards the recommendations, I've sort of been listening, especially around the mid-steeple quarter concerns, and I think there's probably some merit in being careful with our language about what we agree to today with that. Obviously, I think we heard from the officer that they haven't actually received any direct funding from us, but they have maybe had other benefits in terms of asset transfers or whatever. So I think we shouldn't really speak of another grant of money because they haven't had one yet, if that's correct. But I think we should still qualify what we're about to do. So award in principle up to, subject to, and then obviously there's details still to come forward in terms of what that gap is and what their other funders are prepared to do. So I think we have to cover ourselves if that's in line with what Councillor Marshall's kind of suggesting with that. And the other thing is just in terms of, I think it's customary for the action tracker for the meeting, and this is just to do with, obviously after the meeting there'll be a sit down and saying what all actions did we agree with this item, because there's quite a lot I think, but normally that would be the chair and vice chair, and we're in the unusual position where there's only a chair and there's no chair and vice chair for this committee, so presumably you'll get sight of the action tracker. I think it would probably be in the interest of the whole committee that we could maybe all get sight of that so that we can then take that forward, because there's quite a lot to digest in this item, so it's maybe just a question about that clarity, but I appreciate you getting to the recommendations, so I think that would be helpful if members are in agreement. Thank you.
No, thanks very much for that, Councillor Thompson. Yeah, the action tracker is quite crucial for everyone to get sight of. It's been raised a number of times. Councillor Carruthers and myself have already raised these at various committees that we like to keep track of what's been agreed over and above the recommendations. So yeah, do take your point on that, and I'm sure, well, Claire, it'll be your responsibility on that part. Thanks very much. So do take those points. Councillor Hagman.
Thank you, Chair. Yep, as we move to the recommendations, I think that is really helpful to get the clarity on there. And I did check, thank goodness for those who are following this, the meeting is being recorded because we've had quite a debate. I go back to my original point. This is meant to be a historical monitoring report. But unfortunately, there's not an item on the agenda which is actually looking at economic development updates. And members have been asking for updates on the economic development, when in fact we should be looking at the Q1 historical monitoring report. So I've had a look on the forward plan. There's no economic update scheduled to come to this committee. Our next meeting is the 5th of November. You know, the clue is in the title, economy and infrastructure. I would perhaps request that we do get an economic update on current projects at each meeting, because we need to be really laser focused on what we're doing. And you know, there's a real concern that maybe some crucial details are getting missed. So my request is, can we please look at the forward plan? At the moment, there's one item on the agenda for the 5th of November. And, you know, I'll be really quite astounded if there's only one item that comes. So just a quick plea to request that we also take forward an action to update the forward plan. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Hagman. I'm getting nods from the Executive Director to take that forward. So with that, we'll just move to the recommendations, if that's okay, members. 2.1 is to note the financial physical progress of the economy and infrastructure priority project asset classes with the capital programme. These are referenced in Appendix 1 to 8. Under property and buildings and brackets others. 2.2 is to agree additional new projects at Harthill Depot, Macmillan Hall, Ewart Library and Castle of St John Museum, which are to be covered from the unallocated condition survey budget, and that's referenced in paragraph 4.3.4. We're happy to agree that. Nods. 2.3 is agree the project variances at Annan Museum and Stranraer Library. Paragraphs, these are referenced in paragraphs 4.3.2 and 4.3.3. We're happy to agree the project variances. Nods. Public realm. 2.4. Agree the utilisation of public realm 1.816 million slippage, inflationary allowance and active travel tier 1 funding for additions to programmes in 2024-2025, paragraphs 4.4.4. Happy to agree that. Yep. 2.5, agree the programme changes and additions, paragraph 4.4.5 and 4.4.6. Happy to agree that. Councillor Carruthers.
Just, I wonder, Chairman, I made a point. I wasn't absolutely completely clear on what I said earlier, so it was 4 point, happy to agree, but it was bullet point 3 and 4.4.6 is what I was actually talking about. Councillor Marshall raised it earlier. I picked up on it myself, but it looks like asphalt overlays. I'd like to see them being continued on to see if we could get them done in against Annan and Dumfries in particular, or somewhere else. I think if we could remove that bullet point, I'd be comfortable. Won't die in the ditch over it, obviously in Langham, Drove Road in Langham. But I mean, I think for me, it's the feedback I'm getting from small businesses is that actually these contracts are massive. Whether we can come up with some kind of creative way of bringing smaller enterprise into Dumfries and Galloway, locally positioned and owned here, that could possibly bring them to fruition. But Chairman.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Carruthers. So that's the third bullet point on page 31 at 4.4.6.
Yep, just those three projects. If we
those three projects.
That's all. Yep.
Councillor Marshall.
Hear what Councillor Carruthers is saying. I think the point of clarification is there scope to do that? Because at my understanding, there was just one single supplier with regards to that, and that was the reason why. If there's scope to do it through sourcing another supplier, then that would be fine. But
I'll try and get a bit of clarity from Stuart. You're on the call.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you, councillors. Yeah, just to clarify, the micro asphalt programme, it is a specialist surface treatment. It's not like the traditional planing out and resurfacing that we undertake. We've allocated £500,000 from within the public realm budget this year and for the next three subsequent years for micro asphalt works in urban areas. And it is very much a specialised contractor, and we only had one bidder for the term contract when we went out to the companies that actually can provide this service to the council.
Councillor Carruthers.
So understand it's a specialist type of business that would fulfil this project. And that probably we would more concerns unless we absolutely have to have this type of overlay or product material used on this. Why would we then potentially throw that 500k back or a part of that for a year waiting? And likely next year we'll get one bidder again because it's such a specialised profession. So why not just use whether it's surface dressing, whether it's like Stuart's already alluded to, whether it's planing out and overlaying with an asphalt granite coated chips, whatever type of material it is, a DBM, it could be anything. But if we're sticking, that gives me concerns that we've only got one company that will bid for that. So I would rather leave it in and leave that cut and try. And if we can come up with, in the back of what Stuart said there, other ways that we could address that problem other than the specialised process that we've agreed to.
So really it's just looking for alternative methods rather than wait until we come back to this same situation next year. Yeah, I do take your point. Stuart?
Yeah, as a service, we're more than happy to look at other ways of providing the new surfaces for the public. This is the first year that we've done any micro asphalting within Dumfries and Galloway for nearly 20 years now. The process has moved on quite a bit, and I think this process was kind of a trial for us over the next 4 years. It's a process that's in between the surface dressing and the actual plain out resurfacing. It was something that we were looking to bring into our arsenal to actually combat the deteriorating nature of the roads, particularly in urban areas. It's quite a slick surface, surfacing process. But more than happy to look at this as we go forward, and potentially any other things that innovative products and things that can be coming onto the market as well. And if we have to readdress them, we can look at readdressing that in the future. Yep.
Are you content with that added to the recommendation?
I just wondered what does that mean in regards to that bullet point? Will we keep these projects in there rather than taking them out in the principle that it might be delivered in a different way? That's all I'm trying to establish. If that money's then, there's no point in rolling that money over till next year, and we should be allocating it elsewhere. Maybe that's the gist of what's been made within the recommendation. It's make sure that money's spent. Whether it's specific in these jobs, I would rather it was, because one was in my ward, same as it was with Sean's. So, but if it got to go wider and be treated in a different way, but I'll leave it in your capable hands. No, Stuart's obviously got the message. It's about make sure that money's spent, Chairman. Thank you.
Okay. I think most members are content with that. Yeah. Okay. So that's 2.5. Economic Development 2.6, agree to allocate an additional 41,250 from available balances in the Economic Development class asset to support technical work as part of the development of the programme business case of industrial property portfolio referenced in paragraph 4.5.4. Happy to agree that. Yep, nods in the room. 2.7, note the updated funding position on the Stranraer Water Sports Hub project, paragraph 4.5.5.1, and agree that subject to successful completion of Gateway 3 review of the project and the updated state subsidy control assessment, a capital grant of 1.031 million from the allocated sums within the Economic Development Capital Programme 2024-25 to 26-27 can be offered to Stranraer Water Sports Association. Happy to agree that. Yep. 2.8, note the updated funding position of the Rocks and Wheels project, paragraphs 4.5.5.3, and agree that a capital grant of 0.811 million can be offered to the Dalbeattie Community Initiative from allocated sums and available balances with the Economic Development Capital Programme 2024-25 plus a capital grant of 0.311 from the Place-Based Investment Programme 2024-25, all subject to completion of a Gateway 3 review of the project and updated state subsidy control assessment. We're happy to agree that. Nods. Thank you. 2.9, note the Memorandum of Understanding with the UK Government for the Three Rivers Active Tourism Project has been signed on the 21st of May 2024, referenced in paragraph 4.5.6, and agree to award a capital grant of £6.795 million for the Clydesdale Way project to South Lanarkshire Council, a capital grant of £11.811 million for the Annan Harbour regeneration project to the Annan Harbour Action Group, and a capital grant of £4.195 million for the Chamber Institute project to the Scottish Borders Council to enable further work on these projects to proceed, using funding drawn down from the £22.8 million awarded by the UK Government for these projects, subject to completion of appropriate project assurance and update state subsidy assessments where required. We're happy to note and agree that. Yep. 2.10, note the risk workshop held in July 2024 on the Annan Harbour regeneration project as set out in the report, and agree to receive proposals for consideration on potential funding options at the next meeting of this committee, noting the updated information provided on the current budget status, which was referenced in paragraphs 4.5.9. Happy to note and agree. Councillor Marshall.
Just based on the question raised and the officer response, I think maybe if we extended that to just including to receive proposal for consideration on potential funding and scoping options.
Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, I think if I picked Councillor Marshall up correctly, this was about sort of, I suppose, value options within the project. So it could be that the project could be delivered either in a different way to meet the outcomes that would still be in the cost envelope, or delivered in phases so it could still meet its targets. Is that what you're meaning? Yeah, I think that would be helpful if that could be included.
Are members content with that proposal? Getting nods in the room. Yeah, happy to do that. Okay, we'll move on to 2.11. Note the update on the Mid-Steeple Quarters Oven project. Paragraphs 4.5.10 to 4.5.13 and agree to provide a capital grant of up to £350,000 to the Mid-Steeple Quarter to enable the completion of construction works at 135 to 137 High Street as part of our Council's commitment to the regeneration of Dumfries High Street, subject to state subsidy control assessment and due diligence, and that was referenced in paragraphs 4.5.10. Are we happy to note and agree? And 2.12, note the progress of the design and full business. Sorry, Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, I think I wasn't sure if you picked it up from the discussion that we'd sort of had, but I think we did want to just belt and braces kind of qualify that award, so that while we are in principle happy to support, I think we didn't have the detail in front of us today. I think that was acknowledged in the report, so I think it was maybe just about getting that that detail, so that it was like a provisional award of up to that amount, subject to the details that we need to make sure that it's going to be able to be delivered.
Yeah, I think that was acceptable by the committee through discussions. Yeah, acceptable now. Okay, thank you. 2.12, note the progress of the design and full business case stages of Stranraer Marina project, reference in paragraph 4.7.5, and the need for the acceleration of pre-development funding for the project that will be requested at the next Enabling and Customer Services Committee. And we're happy to note 2.12. And there was discussion about Moat Brae and how we would take that forward. Councillor Marshall.
Yeah, I did kind of propose, I didn't get a second, but I did propose a way forward. I think that Claire and, yeah, so if that's acceptable, the words that I used with regards to a report which shows the history, council involvement, an up-to-date situation, options going forward, etc. I think it was Councillor Blake as well. Yes, yeah.
Are you happy to second what Councillor Marshall?
Yes, I'm more than happy to second that.
Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I just think, given that the next meeting of this committee is not going to be until November and there's significant public interest in this, would it be appropriate to bring this report to the next full council at the start of October?
I'm in your hands, members. I'm getting nods in the room.
I've no difficulty with that if that information could be gained in that short period of time. That's the only problem.
Yeah, that's the issue, isn't it? I'm looking at Steve Rogers.
Certainly, thank you, Chair. If that's members' wish, then we'll certainly do everything we can to bring that report, but it is out, to some extent out with our control in terms of the progress of those discussions with the other funders and with the Trust.
And if that information is available before full council, could a report be brought to full council? If not, obviously at the next meeting of E&I. Yeah, I'm getting nods. So is that acceptable by members? If we get that report either at full council or at the next meeting. Thank you, members. Now move on to agenda.
Chairman, sorry, could I just...
Sorry, yeah, Councillor Blake.
One part. I did mention the White Sands and the information on the collapse. I don't think it necessarily has to go to a recommendation for the next meeting, although I'm quite happy to go there. But I think at least we have to note it as an operational action that members are briefed on that.
I think most people in the committee would agree with that, so I don't want to put words in people's mouths, but I'm getting lots of nods in the room, so I think that's acceptable. Okay. Thanks, members. Now move on to agenda item 6. This is the Economy and Environment Service Plan 2024-25. The report numbers of 6, 7 and 8 provide the new service plans and performance information for all services within the Economy and Infrastructure Directorate. They have been produced in line with our Council's strategic planning and performance strategy and framework, with the direction from the Business Intelligence team about the format and development process. This report presents the Economy and Environment Service Plan for 2024 to members' approval. Steve Rogers is available to take questions on the report along with other officers that may be required. Steve, have you anything to add to the report, or do you just go to questions?
Thank you, Chair. No, there's nothing further to add to the report.
Thank you very much. So I'll open it up to members. Councillor Dasper. Oh, apologies, Councillor Dasper. I've got Councillor Blake first. You're sitting right off my left-hand side, Councillor Blake. I miss you every time, so apologies. And then you can come in, Councillor Dasper. Councillor Blake.
We'll get you training in peripheral vision. It's a very simple one. I think it's the fact that it's our first meeting today. I think it's important that we get the title right in the papers. We're not the Environment and Infrastructure Committee. On the front sheet of the paper.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Yeah, Environment and Infrastructure Committee, and it's Economy and Environment. I think that harks back probably to the old EEI committee, and then some of us can remember that. So yeah, apologies for that. Is that it, Councillor Blake? Just point out that. Okay, Councillor Ashburn.
Thanks, Chair. Just a wee little quick one. I'm looking at page 19, change and improvement activities. Review of private water supply regulation. Could we just expand on that? What does that mean? What are we reviewing? Thanks.
Yeah. Steve?
Yep, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Dasper. So we have a responsibility to regulate private water supplies across the region, and the way in which that's done will be the subject of a review to make sure that we're doing that as efficiently and as effectively as possible. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Steve. Has that been helpful, Councillor Dashburn? I'm getting nods. Any other members? Councillor Carruthers.
Just a quick one, Chair. Thanks very much for letting me in. I'm looking at, it's not actually page 19, sorry Steve. See the first, it says service delivery for 24-25. What will we be planning to do? And it's the last bullet point, it's reference to the Galloway National Park in particular. It says that Nature Scotland will lead in that overall process, but the environment team will be supporting and coordinating a corporate response. Could you just explain to me what that means, please? Especially from the council's perspective. What will they actually be doing?
Steve?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so the intention is to bring a report probably to full council in December that will set out a proposed response to the National Park consultation process led by Nature Scott. So that response requires some input and advice to members from a variety of different services, including legal services and our colleagues in finance. So there is a role to play there in terms of pulling that together and bringing that forward for members in December. Prior to that, there is, Chair, as you're probably aware, there is a members' seminar that's been arranged in November so that members can have access to direct information on the proposals from Nature Scott to help inform the position.
Thanks, yeah. Just it was assurance in regards that it was coming back to council at some point. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Corrales. Councillor Hagman.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just before I come in with my question, I'm not quite sure what the typo was, because my understanding is this is the Economy and Environment Service Plan within Economy and Infrastructure. So I'm not sure if that is a correct typo. I think we have got the right details, but I'm happy to be corrected if we've not. So it was mentioned there that the format process has gone through the support available. You know, I appreciate this is the first time that we've come together. I think my sort of first lot of comments will be relevant for this and the subsequent two plans. So you'll be relieved to know I won't come in and make the same comments another two times, but where my general points are being made, I would ask that officers will note those also for the next two items as well. So my first point is, obviously this was agreed by full council, some of the headlines. We've only got 7 months left of this year. And my question on that point would be, has a consideration been given by senior leadership team that, you know, we perhaps should have been looking at an 18-month plan? Because I'm really concerned about capacity within the organisation. We've had a huge change of direction. And are we confident that, you know, this service plan can be completed within the 7 months left of this year? So because it's not a full year, just because of the restructure, that we can go forward. My second point is in regards to the actions. So we've got 28 actions across 7 strategic outcomes, and the measurements on page 20 don't necessarily link to the specific actions. And within that, you know, we've got next phase, carry forward, new, but it doesn't say when did these start, when were they carried over from. There's a lack of detail, which I was hoping, and I'm sure all members would expect to see. And again, it goes back to my point I made in the previous item. Members of the public should be able to look at this and have confidence, and then at the end of the year, how do we know if we've received and if we've done what we've said we do, and in what timescales? Because certainly, you know, some of these are carry forwards, some of these are a next phase. Are they a final phase? I wouldn't know. So, you know, we need to be much tighter on what we're taking forward. In terms of the risk register that's referenced in the papers as well, you know, I think it's really important to ensure, well, how big a risk? Are the mitigations fully dealing with those risks, or do they remain? And in the past, we've looked at risk matrices, and while I appreciate, again, this is a high-level report, if this is what we're basing everything forward, how much weight do we as an elected members need to give to each of these things going forward? Again, looking at the measurements on here, are we going to get a single year figure? And, you know, are we going to get trends presented to us? I think it's really important that we get trends. And certainly when we're looking at the national benchmarking, are we going to get the information that compares us across all other 31 local authorities? So, you know, I think if we're feeding into national benchmarking, I think it's really vital we know where do we sit within that. So again, it's a request for that coming forward. In terms of specifics, and those are all my general points, and as I said at the start, I'd really appreciate for those to be carried through to the next two items, noting the time. I'm sure members would be, as I said, relieved to hear that. But in terms of the specifics, on page 23, we've got a carry forward of the regional food plan. Now, that actually came through a full notice of motion to full council, which I myself proposed. It's not referenced in any linked strategies or plan, which is disappointing. But part of that notice of motion, we received a report back in June 23 as to how we were going to take that forward, how it's going to be resourced, and none of that level of detail has been captured in there. That's just one example. So it is a bit disappointing that what the team will do is still to be defined. This was, as I say, passed in March 23. And if we don't have a definition at this point, it doesn't fill me with confidence that we're actually going to be able to do this in the next 7 months. The other aspect I wanted to bring up was on page 17, and that is the periodic review of the Dumfries and Galloway Core Paths Plan. My understanding, and I'm happy to be corrected if I've got this wrong, is that's actually a statutory duty. So, we need to get on with this. Our outdoor access plan was for 2012 to 2017, and it's not been updated. So my sort of final point would be, I'm not sure where all our strategies are, what strategies sit within this. And again, it will, for the whole director, I think it's really important to actually get an update of what strategies are we working within, what strategies are out of date, what strategies are we looking forward to? Because I know certainly many members have referenced across various committees, we seem to have a library of strategies that sit on the shelf. Are they being used? Are they up to date? So with this new structure, a new director in place, I think it would be really useful to get an update of just where we are with all these strategies and how are we working together to ensure that there's not duplication, and where we do need to put resource, we're putting it in effectively. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Hagman. Steve, can you assist, or maybe the Executive Director? Steve first.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for those comments that many of them, I'm sure, will feed back. As you say, Councillor Hagman, this is the first round of service plans under the new structure, so we're happy to feed all those general comments back. Just in terms of the specific questions that you raised, one on the regional food plan, did I pick you up that you referred to page 23? Or did I miss here?
13.
13.
It was 13, okay. Steve.
13. Apologies. Yes, so...
There was a report from June 23 that we did receive to the Economy and Resources Committee as well. So there's actually been 2 reports already gone through our democratic processes, but yeah.
Yeah, that's correct. And as you know, we also were successful in receiving some funding to support capacity to take that forward, which is now ongoing. In terms of the to be defined is essentially a decision that I'll need to take with colleagues in terms of how we take that forward corporately, because this is such a cross-cutting issue. We need to have some clarity in terms of the lead role that needs to be taken here, and that's the bit that's to be defined. But it's certainly something that we'll pick up in the performance reports, Katie, that we bring forward to the next committee. I think your other question was in regard to the Core Paths Plan, and again, that's a piece of work that we're now able to take forward because we have had a successful recent recruitment and are able to now progress that work. As you say, it is a statutory requirement, so it's important that we do prioritise that. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Steve. Councillor Hagman, you happy with that?
I am. I think it would be useful just to get confirmation from the Executive Director that she will take forward some of the other more wider points made. And certainly, as I say, in terms of the statutory plans, that we've already got in place, because some of these are statutory duties that we have to do and statutory plans that we have to submit to Scottish Government, and just to get that reassurance. And perhaps, I know we keep coming back to this, if that can be captured as an action, happy for it to be an action rather than a recommendation. Thanks.
And that would also be for the other plans as well?
It would, yeah. Thank you.
It just saves you coming in asking questions when we get to item 7 and 8 as well. I'm getting nods from the Executive Director. Do you want to come in?
Yeah, absolutely happy to give that assurance, no problem. I think the other point just to make, when you talked about this one being a 12-month plan, but it's already being 5 months in, my understanding would be that the officers have absolutely been working on the key actions and priorities over the last 5 months. So it's not that we've only got 7 months to deliver on a 12-month action plan, but obviously we'll take a look at what things may have been impacted by the restructuring that may either need carrying forward, or as you say, whether there needs to be consideration for a longer duration in terms of a plan. So thanks.
Chair, if I may just come back, if consideration can also be given as to how, as elected members, we're confident that these actions, because it's not clear in the plan as to how these will be reported, because as I said in my opening comments, the measurements on page 20 don't necessarily directly link to the actions within the strategic outcomes. So if consideration can be given on that, that would be helpful.
Yeah, thanks very much. I'd see in the chat we've got Councillor Johnson, Carruthers and McCammon. In that order. Councillor Johnson, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And Councillor Hagman's actually briefly mentioned it was the local government benchmarking framework indicators, and I'm quite keen to see benchmarking. It's a useful performance monitor. But also Councillor Hagman raised the point about, is it all local authorities, or I think it would be important that when that report does come back that it includes all authorities and also our family group as well. There is no point in trying to compare us with an urban authority. And in the past, we've looked at benchmarking, and quite often we've struggled perhaps to align the reporting between different authorities. So all I'm going to say is I would appreciate that this is given due consideration and looked into, so that the figures that we get are accurate and meaningful.
Yeah, thanks for those comments. Councillor Carruthers.
Thanks, Chair. Excuse me, thanks very much for letting my time as the second time speaker. Steve, I think it's yourself I'm picking on the day. Page 20, it's just the language at the top of that table. So it's not so much the timelines, happy enough for them, but it's the average time in weeks it says to deal with a major development. So to deal with, and that threads through there. I thought it was to determine is what we normally do, and the same with the building warrants. But it says to responded to language. I would have rather seen that determined rather than responded to or to deal with. Be more precise in regards to that.
Thanks, Councillor Carruthers. Steve.
Yep, thank you, Chair. These are terms that are used in the Scottish Government's own performance framework, so that's where those terms have come from. The response is a specific indicator that we're measured on by Scottish Government in terms of the building standards role. So the responding to a completion certificate is the requirement, and responding to a warrant is the time target that we're set by Scottish Government. So it's just using that same language. But I'll have a look at that, Councillor Carruthers. Just going back to the point about transparency and understanding of what's intended here. On planning applications, it absolutely is about issuing the decision, and I'm quite happy to change that terminology to make that clearer. But the building standards ones are more prescribed for us by Scottish Government.
Thank you very much, Chairman. So it's absolutely great if we can change to determination with the plan and stuff. And it just could respond to that, could be validation. In my historic experience has been that it would be determined within that certain timeline. That was their aspiration. With Bill Lawrence, I'm talking about in particular, responded to, like say, is that okay, they'll have that validated within 10 working days rather than actually issued. So anyways, I can leave that, happy to leave that, Chairman, at that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Carruthers. Councillor McCammon.
Thank you, Chair. Just a point of clarity, please. Steve, page 21, and it's with regards to the short-term lets. And it's great to see that we have processed 100% of the applications, but it's regarding the existing hosts. So it claims here that we've met 100%. Is that 100% of the existing hosts who applied? And if so, are there likely to be, do we think, hosts who have not yet got a licence, and are we addressing that in any way? So what I'm asking is, are there potentially operators out there operating without a licence, and is there anything that we can do about it?
Thanks very much. Steve?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so the figures in the table here are the targets for the current year rather than the performance. We will be reporting on performance up to the end of September, so that will come to the November committee, so that will set out the performance. But in terms of the question that you raised at the end there is an initial period within which all of the eligible properties and premises were to be licensed by, and we're approaching the end of that period. We have had quite a successful attempt to remind people that they need to register, and I understand that we're now down to 30 odd premises that we would have expected to be registered that haven't actually yet come forward for a licence.
Thanks, Steve. So do we have a process? Will we be reaching out to them further, or is it a case of, well, they still have time to come to us if they are, or we're just assuming that they've now ceased trading?
Steve?
No, we've had a process of reaching out right across the summer, Chair, both through social media and through our website, but also through partner organisations, particularly the SSDA. We've been working closely with them to encourage them to send out reminders to their membership. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much. I've been told that lunch is here. I've got one more speaker, and hopefully it'll be a quick question. Councillor Beretti.
Caught me by surprise there, Chair. It was just a query about the strategic outcome 4. There was recently, last December, the full council public request for a tree preservation order to reinstate. Has that been captured in this strategic outcome? Page 14.
Steve?
So, Chair, the intention on that is to bring a specific report on that matter to the next committee meeting. We haven't yet got round to populating the forward plan. Our apologies.
Thanks very much. I'm getting nods from Councillor Beretti, so with that we'll go to the recommendations and then hopefully lunch. Members are asked to agree the Economy and Environment Service Plan 2024-25, reference in paragraphs 4.3 to 4.9 and the appendix. Are we happy? Councillor Thompson?
Yeah, it was just, so can we confirm it's the Economy and Environment Service Plan within Economy and Infrastructure? Just to avoid any doubt whatsoever. Thank you.
Yeah. Councillor Blake?
My reading of it is to all members of Environment and Infrastructure Committee, and then it says Environment and Infrastructure Committee and today's date. There's certainly a misalignment there. So it's either the Economy and Infrastructure Committee 3rd September or Environment and Infrastructure at another date. So they can't both be right.
Yeah, I did notice that it was on the front page, so it was a bit of a typo, I would suggest, but yeah, fair points made. So if everyone's happy to go for lunch, shall we have half an hour? Come back at 15:15, thereabouts. Thanks, members. Welcome back, members. We're now on agenda item 7, which is the Facilities, Waste and Neighbourhood Services Service Plan 2024-25. This report presents the service plan for Facilities, Waste and Neighbourhood Services for 2024-25 for members' approval. We've got Karen Brownlee is available to take any questions on the report, along with any other officers that may be required. Karen, do you have anything to add to your report?
Thank you, Chair. Nothing further to add. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Karen. So I'll open it up to members. Councillor Thompson.
Thanks, Chair. It's just maybe something very much in the conscious mind just now, which is to do with the battery recycling, which I know is referenced on within the paper. And we did get a notification yesterday, I think, just about the rollout of that, which obviously take 2 and it's happening sort of thing. But I would just draw attention to the council webpage that the actual information's on still reads about sorry, we're not quite ready to pick them up yet. Apologies, our fault for not giving you a date. We'll be ready to collect them in a few weeks, but I think we've already established it's going to be next Monday onwards. And I think we've got a comms plan to go out from today to speak about that. So can we just make sure we've crossed the T's and dotted the I's, because it's not a good look if one part of us says we're not ready yet and the rest of us are saying we are. So just to check on that one. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much, Councillor Thompson. Karen?
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Yeah, I've spoken to the web team and the comms team, so that will be updated today. Should have been updated last night, but thank you for raising that. Thank you.
Thanks, Karen. Councillor Lowe?
Good afternoon and welcome to Lisa to Dumfries and Galloway. Just a question on page 65 where it says 187 cemeteries. Is that the ones that are open or the ones that are closed? Because the management of the closed ones is a little bit different. Thanks.
Karen.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Just to confirm, 187 cemeteries is total cemeteries. We have 100 closed cemeteries and 87 open cemeteries. Thank you.
Thanks, Karen. Councillor Hagman.
Thank you, Chair. Just before I ask my question, can we ensure that list of order of speakers gets put in the chat? So just to ensure that those online are getting taken in order rather than those in the room and then coming to those online. Just a quick observation, if we can just have that. Often we used to have a list in the chat of the meeting. Page 78 of the plan, we've got various targets in there. Now, I appreciate the local government benchmarking framework. Those targets are not necessarily set by ourselves, but can I just confirm that we are setting these? And I'm just wondering why the school meals uptake in primary school is only sitting at 62% and secondary at 44%. And the last one on that page, the inquiry service, we've got a target of percentage of inquirers satisfied with the quality of the service received only at 70%. I appreciate we want to have realistic targets, but I would have expected those to be slightly higher. And it's just to look for a rationale. If they're set nationally, great, but I don't think these ones are. I think these are within our gift. So it's just a quick update on that, please.
Thanks, Councillor Hagman. I'm looking at the chart. I don't think anything's updated on the chat, but we did see your hand going up and the clerk could put your name down after Councillor Lowe, but we'll certainly keep an eye out for hands, chat or any other means that you want to draw your attention. Karen?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Hagman, for your questions. I believe that these are realistic targets. However, I don't know the specific history to any of the three that you've raised. So happy to go away and get further information in relation to that and come back to all members if that's suitable. Thank you.
Thanks, Karen. Is that okay, Councillor Hagman?
Yep, that's perfect. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Slater.
Hi, Karen. It's just a question on the battery pickup, the bags and that. Are you going to put new bags to everybody again to start it all rolling along nicely, as I say?
Karen?
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor, for your question. No, we're not going to reissue bags, but what we're doing as part of the sort of comms plan, which will start today, is we're confirming that new bags, if households require them, can be uplifted from the customer service centres across the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other hands. Councillor Ashburn.
Thanks, Chair. Looking at the Memorial Headstone Safety Project, just a wee little point of inquiry. There's still some old signage, on certainly in my ward, on the gates of cemeteries referring to historical inspection dates. Just to ask that they could be taken down. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Ashburn. I'm sure you could have went through the EMAS for that one. Karen?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Dashford. Just to confirm, if there's still some work ongoing, those signs will remain up, but happy to pick up a conversation with you offline, just in relation to specific cemeteries, and I can confirm that for you. Thank you.
If I could get back in, Chair. Yeah, I have EMAS'd it previously. There's some dates which I was referring to inspections which took place in like January last year. So just to raise that, thanks.
Karen?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, more than happy to look into that, and as I say, if work is completely finished, then those signs should be removed. Thank you.
Thanks, Karen. Thanks, Councillor Dashburn. Councillor Slater, is that a legacy hand that or do you want to come back in? No, it's a legacy hand. Thank you. Councillor Beretti.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Page 81, and it's the benchmark figures to do with waste management recycling. Do we have a table of how we've proceeded over the last, say, 6, 7, 8, 9 years, that we can better judge how well we're doing? And I know it's not yet come to the agenda item, but which will be the future green waste. Is there any estimates of how much we might actually save in the end if and when the green waste does come in and is successful?
Karen?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Beretti. I can certainly look back. We will have historical data in relation to the local government benchmarking frameworks, and happy to provide that to members. In relation to your second point, with regards to potential savings or efficiencies through garden waste recycling, we do, as part of the modelling, have some of that information, but it does very much depend on uptake. So until we know what the uptake is, we won't know what those efficiencies are. Thank you.
Thanks, Karen. Don't see anyone else want to come in, so we'll go to recommendations, which are members. Oh, it's Councillor Blake. You need to sit in a different position.
I only just raised my hand, to be honest. No, Karen will be aware of this because I did have a conversation with her yesterday, but I had contact from a member of the ward, but it is an issue that will affect right across Dumfries and Galloway, about concerns that there may be some plans for the council to look at withdrawing uplifting waste services from private roads. I spoke to Karen. I do have an assurance that that is not the case, that we do have a duty to lift from premises, but that there is a review taking place that will look at each case individually and where they may make some alterations. This particular one has a housing of around about 80, and it would be a significant effect. You can imagine if they had to take 80 bins to the end of a road. But there may very well be plans where it wouldn't be an individual collection they could take to various muster points in an area. I would like some assurance that, well, I can understand health and safety has to be considered for reversing of vehicles, but before any decision is taken, not necessarily on an individual basis where it's a one-off or two in a particular road, but any policy that's going to be implemented comes back to this committee for approval to make sure that we are all aware of the situation and the possible implications of it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Blake. Karen?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Blake. Yeah, as discussed, local authorities got a statutory obligation to uplift domestic waste. In relation to road end collections, there is an agreed policy which dates back several years ago now. I can't remember. I think it's maybe 2018, but again, I can confirm with members. The team are currently looking at route reviews, which some of that will encompass whether there should be road end collections rather than curbside collections, and that might be where there are issues with routes. And just as you're saying, if it's a one way in, one way out, there may be issues in relation to that. What I would be proposing going forward, that I would bring an update back to members at this committee just in relation to where we're at with that piece of work, and I'd be looking to do that at just a future committee. Thank you.
Thanks, Karen. Are you content with that reassurance?
Right, I'm back on now. No, I do appreciate that, that's fine. And what we also discussed yesterday, and I think it's important that when we come to planning, that we can make these considerations at the planning stage. We did, albeit we rejected an application last week on a housing estate that had, I can't remember how many extra houses in the Thornhill area, but that was one way in and one way out, and it may have an implication with that. I think there has to be some communication between planning and the waste services on future routes. Thank you.
I'm sure that's noted. Karen?
Thank you, Chair. I just come in that we are seeing an increase in housing developments across the region, which does have an impact on the waste collection service in terms of additional RCVs and additional need for operatives. So it is something that colleagues and myself are due to speak about just in the next week or two in relation to what conditions can potentially be looked at going forward. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Carruthers and then Councillor Thompson.
Thanks, just because it's on the same point, thanks for Councillor Blake for bringing it up, but Karen, my understanding, if the road is built to road adoptable standards, then there are RCVs, so it can still be a private road, so whether it's a large development such like, so I suppose that's the point of clarity in any future reports that come forward, because new developments and such like, fair enough, a farm road end, no, or it can be communal, but if it's a new development side or a larger development, as long as it's up to road adoptable standards, it should be part of our routes. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for those comments. Don't know if you want to respond, Karen.
Yeah, certainly can. Just provide members with an update on that. So something that we're just about to roll out is a route review, and we're bringing APSI in actually to look at our sort of top 12 priority routes. We've got 132 across the region. Absolutely, you know, if it's an adopted road, then we should be able to take, you know, an RCV on that. However, it would very much depend upon the, you know, the makeup of that road, the cars parked on it, and whether it's actually accessible by an RCV. So each individual area would have to be looked at independently, and that's what I would be proposing to bring back to members, just an update in relation to that. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Carruthers. Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, thanks again, Chair. So it was just a quick one, and thanks to Councillor Blake for raising this, but I think there is something about that engagement at a more community level with services like this, because we may have some sight of particular private road ends, for example, that might be affected, but certainly in Annandale North Ward, there's a number where the community council might be better placed to actually have a closer eyes to the ground, as it were, and I think there's maybe a deal of engagement that could be carried out through our community council network, you know, post the community council elections, as it were. So it might be a helpful way to include that wider engagement, because it's the sort of service where, you know, if you're sitting your Nat 5s or higher, 95% would be great, but this is the type of universal service where if you don't get 100%, you failed a household effectively. So it's about finding ways to get that universal delivery of the service. Chair, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Thompson. I'm sure your comments are well noted.
Sorry, there was just an additional point which I forgot. But in terms of developer contributions, I think there is something written into anything above 50 units. I think there is meant to be a consideration towards household waste and recycling, but maybe that figure doesn't reflect the sort of variegated nature of the region in terms of smaller developments. So there's maybe I do agree that planning should be in conversation with the service, but I think there is something in there. Maybe that's something we could review when we look at supplementary or statutory guidance. And I see Steve approaching the bench, as it were. So, yeah, thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Thompson. So between Karen and Steve, I'm sure we can bottom this one out.
Yeah, without going into the detail, Chair, I can just confirm that we are due to have that discussion. And as you say, Councillor Thompson, there is provision within the developer contributions policy that and supplementary guidance that we have that may well cover that, but we need to go into it in a little bit more detail to understand what the challenges are.
Thanks, Steve. You anything to add, Karen?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Thompson. Just to add on to your thoughts in and around the sort of communication on a kind of word-by-word basis, absolutely, I think that's key going forward. That we do discuss potential road end collections with wider community, as I say, ward members, community council, just to get full input in there. So thank you.
Thanks very much. If there are no further questions, we'll go to the recommendations, which are...
Sorry to interrupt you, Chairman, but I did ask.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Sorry,
yeah, no, my apologies. I should have brought this up when I did speak, but I forgot about it. The mention of battery collections, I do understand why, what Karen said about there's no intention to reissue the bags. It may be a consideration, given that it's quite a few months, it's probably 6 months, I think, since the first battery bag got sent out, that we don't necessarily have to do a communication other than the publicity, but that a new battery bag be placed with the general, the next waste delivery in any house. But it would be cheap advertising, and it would mean that everybody's got a bag at hand.
Karen?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Blake. Yeah, happy to look at that as the crews go round each of our communities. No problem. Thank you.
Are you content with that, Councillor Blake? Yep. Okay. So now move to the recommendations. Members are asked to agree the Facilities, Waste and Neighbourhood Services Service Plan 2024-25 as referenced in paragraphs 4.3, 4.9 and in the appendix, and we've taken note of future reports to come back. Are we content with that, members? Yeah, nods in the room. Thank you. We'll just move on to agenda item 8. This is the Transport and Infrastructure Service Plan 2024-25. This report presents the service plan for transport and infrastructure for members' approval. We've got the Executive Director in place of Natalie not being available and any other officers in attendance. So is there anything to add to the report? Or just go to questions. Happy to go to questions. Okay, Councillor Marshall and then Councillor Lowe and Councillor Inglis.
Thanks, Chair. Just first of all, I know it may be a couple of errors in the report that needs corrected. Just on page 94, it says the Council Plan Delivery 2023-24. I take it that's 24-25. And if you look at on the next page, I think Strategic Outcome 7 and 8 both have roads, footpaths. I think 8 should be flooding. So just wanted to raise those two kind of just little errors. But generally on the report itself, I'll take you to page 101 and understand that these are benchmark and framework indicators. But if you notice, I think most of those, or 4 of them, are for roads, and rightly so. But also we have footpaths, pavements, and there doesn't seem to be any indicators for that. I totally understand that with the amount of defects and treatments that are required to our roads, we have invested much of the capital investment into repairing the roads, upgrading them, etc. And we have kind of put a modest amount, and we have for a number of years, put a modest amount into footways. But when you look at, I think it's page 94, and it's the second point, it's the road investments programme and the 5.15 million addition into that, which also included an uplift of about 25 individuals into the roads department, and that's to carry out work on the roads but also on the footways, etc. And the last two communities, I think the Chair, Councillor Blakely, remember me raising the issue about the ongoing situation we have with pavements and footpaths right across the region. And I kind of phrased it, reclaim our pavements, because on one side where the road is, you've got weeds that are growing out about a foot high. The other side, you've got half the pavement, the other half you can't see because of overgrowth. So I think I did get a commitment for a programme of work to be done, and that obviously might be later on in the year once, but it was promised that there would be squads that would go, because it's a relatively quick investment in actually improving these footways. And I know every member will have instances, and it's now getting quite a lot of the community raising these issues, especially, I can just think in my ward from Eastriggs to Dornoch and from Hollandley to Annan. You have to go out on the road because the pavements are that bad. So I think I'm really just wanting some sort of reassurance that within the plan, the investment programme, that also includes with the increased workforce, that there's going to be a programme of work to actually reclaim these pavements so that they're safe to walk on. I think it's vitally important. You've got active travel, health and well-being, you've got safe routes to schools, and these all come into this equation. So I'm just looking for some sort of, I have had a commitment in the past, but I haven't seen anything concrete yet that probably could apply to the pavements as well. So I really like to see that being addressed.
Thanks, Councillor Marshall. Yeah, I'm sure most members will have similar sort of situations in their own wards when it comes to pavements. The pavements, I suppose it's a perspective from communities as well as probably elected members as well, that it's a poor relation when it comes to roads. Yeah. So if we, do you want to come back in?
Yeah. Just, it isn't mentioned specifically, and there's no indicators with regards to footpaths, etc. specifically. And I'm not asking for that, but probably which I have been asking for half a year, is to get some sort of report that at least touches on what the programme is going to be, or out with that to send us out with the committee, you know, what the plans are for addressing this.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure all members would agree with that point, Karen. Sorry, who is it? Oh, Lisa. Okay, Executive Director. Apologies.
Yeah, thanks. I'm not able to give you a commitment today, but what we will do is we'll take it back and I'll check with the roads team as to whether they've got what they've got built into their programme and when, and then we can come back to you outside of the committee and we'll send it to everybody in terms of the plan.
Thank you. Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Chair. And Councillor Marshall's also already said the first thing I was about to say is the lack of any benchmarking for pavements. He's mentioned about the condition of roads in terms of overgrowth, of pavements in terms of overgrowth and the weeds and stuff. It's not just that, it's the number of people that are physically walking on roads because the pavements are not good enough. And it's not just people who are in wheelchairs and with buggies who are doing that, it's people who are able-bodied that will not walk on the pavements. We've got a number of dangerous corners in our town where people walk on the road, but it's a one-way, people are coming around. We had one in front of a nursery, it took me 2 years to get a pavement fixed. So it's just, this is a concern that's coming up in the community. So accessibility in terms of drop curves and that, I just think we need to be taking this further. Maybe we have to have some kind of system where for whatever percentage of roads are fixed within an area, a percentage is allocated to associated pavements so that then the whole community can see that it's not just the roads that are getting done, that they'll do the pavement next to the road, rather than just have a lovely road, but the pavement is not fit for purpose. Thanks.
Yeah, your comments are well made, just following on the back of Councillor Marshall's I don't think we need a response at this moment in time. I've got Councillors Ingalls, Hagman, Blake and Carruthers. So, Councillor Ingalls.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, on page 91, a couple of questions I've got here. Page 91, under payments to other bodies, which accounts for 22% of the budget, but there's no real detail there. It would be interesting to know just what that, how that figure's made up. On page 95, it refers to the subsidy scheme for flood protection products. I'm just wondering how we get that message out to vulnerable properties that might need those that subsidy. And on page 98, third point down, customer satisfaction with respect to the condition of road surfaces. Is that a typo? It says 7%. Just wonder. Thanks.
Yeah, Lisa.
Yeah, thanks. Hopefully you'll appreciate some of those questions I'm not able to answer. So in terms of the outside bodies, we'll come back to you on. And yes, I think it is a typo, and we'll come back to you and confirming what that percentage should be.
Thank you. Do you want to come back in, Councillor Ingalls?
Yeah, it was just a question really about the subsidy for flood protection products and how we're going to get that message out to vulnerable properties again.
Yeah.
Okay.
Through Chair, thank you. Yep. That it's already promoted on Dumgal on the website, but what we can do is probably speak to the flood team to see if there's anything more that can be done within. You know, I think it's something we've had an offer for a long number of years. So there is a constant take up of that.
Thanks very much. Councillor Hagman, then Councillor Blake, Councillor Carruthers, and then Councillor McGregor. So, Councillor Hagman.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just on the back of Councillor Ingalls' point, I was going to raise also I appreciate that the benchmark for this is marked external. I don't really know what that means. So again, if I don't understand, how can the public understand? But if we level, I'm conscious the title is a success measure. And if success is only in the 30% for all of those, to me, 30% of those being satisfied is not successful. You know, we're not even at 50%. How, in what world is getting a 30% plus, or around 30%, considered success? I would maybe appreciate, you know, I understand that we won't probably be able to get an answer today, but if that can be looked at and come back again, I think that's really important, because we need to be doing better if we're only aiming for 30%. My question really relates to on page 95, and there's reference of the Newton Stewart Flood Protection Scheme as a next phase and an action plan. The flood team will do it, and it's got area reporting. Well, we don't necessarily get, certainly from Newton Stewart, I don't recall any detailed just reports coming to the Wigtonshire Area Committee. But my concern is, as part of that delivery action plan, there's nothing about communication with stakeholders. Previously, we had an assurance that we would get a monthly update, and also I'm aware the Community Council also were keen to get an update. And also there was a commitment given to give out regular newsletters within the community as well. So I'm just a bit concerned that there's nothing about our comms, how we're going to communicate with stakeholders or engagement. Appreciate that it's a specific action about the hearing, but this is a wider scheme. And if that's all we're focusing on for the next year, I perhaps ask that be looked at once again. My other point that I was going to raise, also in relation to the flood schemes, is when we look at the Transport and Infrastructure Risk Register on page 102, there's reference of failure of infrastructure and references adverse weather events, but under the failure to deliver agreed capital programmes, adverse weather effects aren't captured within that. I appreciate these are possibly out with our control. Well, obviously the weather's out with our control, but you know, you only need to look at the rainfall across Dumfries and Galloway this summer That's not a one-off. It's only going to get worse if you look at the adverse weather patterns that we're facing due to climate change. If we do not get these flood schemes moving, there's going to be potentially catastrophic results. So can we please ensure that that's captured in the risk registers going forward? Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Hagman. Executive Director.
Yeah, happy to offer that reassurance.
Next is Councillor Blake and then Councillor Carruthers. Councillor Blake.
Thank you, Chair. If you'll excuse me for going back to the footpath, I won't labour on the point, if you'll pardon the pun. I do recall Councillor Marshall bringing that up at the former Communities Committee, and it's certainly something we did action that we take forward. I think I'm probably better placed than most to see how footpaths are obstructed by weed growth or bush growth or whatever. It causes me a real issue. I had a recent trip to Ayr where I had a choice of a busy road or a windbush, and it wasn't a great choice to get through. I did get to take the windbush rather than the traffic. Along the same lines, I do understand Councillor Lowe's position about the condition of footpaths, and I think it's something that should be done in general, both for growth and condition. We often mention about utilities working on roads and to ensure that we get value for money and that they repair it back to the standards. Well, I think the same has to go in footpaths, because we get a lot of footpaths that are destroyed by utility companies. We had it's a multi-million-pound investment in the junction in Dumfries just less than a year ago, and within months it was ripped up by a utility company, albeit there is going to be monitored, but there is a limited time that they would give a guarantee in that work. But I do think it has to be given importance and taken as a priority. I would say an equal priority to that of roads. I would also say, I must be mellowing this about 4 times today, that I've agreed with Councillor Marshall.
It's nice to see collaboration at work. No, you make some fair points, and I'm sure the Executive Directors take note of these. Do you want to come in?
Yeah, just to assure you that, yeah, we will come back to you in terms of the programme that's in place and the priorities.
Councillor Carruthers.
What's worse, I'm about to agree with Councillor Hagman. Oh, there you go. But we do actually agree on quite a few things. It's already been covered, but it's the point in page 89, so I'll not go over this too much. And it's been covered already, but it's a customer satisfaction. Is that a typo? And there's 3 others beyond that, which Councillor Hagman referred to. This is up for agreement today, so I know we're getting assurances from our Executive Director, by the way, Lisa, that actually this will be looked at and reviewed. But it's how if we are agreeing this today, I can't agree 7% as a target, and that's already been spoken about. So it's maybe when we get to recommendations we can discuss that further, but the other points have been covered. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Mo.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. The figure of 7% isn't a typo. It was based on basically our performances in the past few years, which has actually been lower than that. So I think where the team have been trying to err on caution is there has been investment, but we don't know what that's going to look like by the end of this year. This is an ongoing customer survey, so you don't know if anybody's necessarily been on a new bit of road we have fixed, or necessarily they're still on something we haven't quite got to. I think probably by the end of this year, depending on what figures come out, we'll be able to get an idea of how much impact that investment has had with the perception of the public. So that's why all of those figures look relatively low. It's on previous performance in the years gone by. What we're hoping is by the end of this year, we will have a better picture on the back of this survey, and maybe be able to put some more challenging figures in as we move forward. But last year, I think, was 5%. The year before might even have been 4%, is what we were actually getting return from the public telling us how satisfied they were. So it isn't a typo. It is just trying to be maybe realistic without setting, right, we're now going to go 50% and absolutely get nowhere near that. So cautious is probably the word.
Thanks, Stuart.
Thank you very much, Chairman. So I assumed it was factual, it probably was evidence-based, but on the back of, so I mean, accept the fact that we got the information that we got. So, but if that is the case, so it may well be I'm looking at it, think, okay, as far as performance is concerned, that might be where we're performing. That's factually okay. We're performing in and about there. I probably still have a bit of an issue in regards to should that be our target. But I'm probably just going to leave it at that at the moment. And should we be more aspirational? If we didn't meet that, if we think, okay, we might get 7, we'll agree that 7%, we might come in at 9 or 10, we've overperformed. I still thinking back to Katie's comments, we've underperformed by a mile. But I think it's a broader conversation to have about that away from here that tells us what's the level of investment we need to make to bring them targets up. So I'll leave it at that, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks. We can always look at that when we go to recommendations. I've got leader, Councillor McGregor.
Thanks very much, Chair. I'll be very, very succinct. Page 94, first bullet point, essentially, work with the 75A, 77 action groups. Now, given what we've heard earlier on in previous reports around the transport hub and LUF funding and other things maybe slipping off, where are we at with the Memorandum of Understanding between UK and Scottish Government? Was it signed off, and is there any possibility of this feasibility funding vanishing with the new government?
Thanks, Councillor McGregor. I'll bring the Executive Director in.
Yeah, thanks. We'll have to come back to you on that one. I believe Natalie attended a meeting, it might have been last week, so I think we'll probably have an update following that.
Councillor McGregor.
Yeah, could that update be shared with all members, because it's a strategic priority?
Yeah, thanks very much. I've got Councillor Slater, Baretti, Thompson and Hagman again. So, Councillor Slater.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Regarding a footpath that with weeds, but another point is the bus shelters. They're absolutely a disgraceful mess around their town. And a number of years ago, I had a meeting with one of the directors, and I did say they put them to glass, but it was decided to go to plastic, and they've all went opaque, and most of them have been vandalised. But the ones in the sands were replaced just a few years back, and they're all the same situation. They're all faded and worn out. Whereas when the old bus shelters were there, they had glass in them, and if you cleaned them, even though the shelters were a bit worn, the glass really stood out, and it was really looked sparkling clean. So maybe that's something that they should be looked at, but certainly start cleaning them up or repairing them, because it doesn't look good in our town when visitors have to stand in these really mucky places. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for your comments, Councillor Slater. I don't think we've got anybody, unless you want to come in yourself, Executive Director.
Only to say that we'll take it on board, and we can come back to you if we need to. Thanks.
Thanks very much. We've got Councillor Baretti, Thompson, Hagman. So, Councillor Baretti.
Thank you, Chair. In respect to street lighting, is there a plan to review the street lighting reporting system, given that I've had experience and others that local residents never get warning of when they're going to be repaired, or even once they are repaired, if they are repaired. And the other question to that is, in which strategic outcome does that sit? Because is it 7, 8 or 9 or 10?
Stuart, can you assist Councillor Baretti?
Thank you, Chair. Street lighting reporting is an ongoing kind of work stream we've got at the moment with the new Alloy back office system. So what we're trying to do at the minute is we've got the weekly forward plan for works that all members, I think, get, and anybody who signed up to it via .gov delivery. I think the hope is once everything ties together, we will be able to give you anybody and everybody far more accurate information as to when probably any repairs are taking place. I think that's the kind of proposal with that back office and front office and notifications becomes a far slicker process, and that's what the road service, including street lighting, have been working on. I don't know if that...
Councillor Baretti.
in which strategic outcome does that sit? Because I'd like to see it noted when you actually report it.
Executive Director will come in on that point.
Yeah, if you leave us to take a look, we'll work out which one it should sit in, but we will certainly add it in.
Okay, thank you, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
So I've got a couple of points, so I'll try and be quick. But just on the street lighting, it is one of the online reporting things where you don't actually get an acknowledgement whenever you put in your ticket. And that's been an outstanding issue for a number of years, which hopefully a new office system will address that. But it would be helpful if that could just be a one-stop shop for our public who are reporting stuff, or elected members for that matter, because it just goes in the black hole and there's no way to really track that just now. So, and that's been the case for several years. So, but there's a few points just in terms of the report in front of us. Page 91, it talks about the internal recharges. I'm just sort of curious for information, who's the biggest customer internally? And, you know, that maybe just be a matter of information. But in terms of, like I said, external recharges zero, I'm just sort of conscious of the point that was made earlier about utility companies. And I know there's been an extension to the number of years of clawback period, if you like, if there's been a fail in a repair after utility's been in. So I'd be interested to know, and I'm sure members of the public would be interested as well, exactly how much have we exercised that right to call back utilities, and what, you know, what's the sort of value of that in terms of the work they've had to come back and do? Sometimes when we report stuff in the past, it would be, oh, it's too late, it's been 2 years since they've been or whatever, we can't do anything about it, we have to take it on board ourselves. So can we be more assertive about that going forward? And what does that look like at the moment in terms of performance reporting? I think it'd be useful to know in terms of the public interest. Page 94 as well. So I think this goes back to the bit about roads and pavements, but it would probably be helpful. I think roads sometimes, I think that includes the carriageway and the footway, but we sort of think of it just as the main bit where the cars go. But I think we saw the report earlier about active travel, etc., and the performance on that. So is there a holistic way we can look at this going forward, where when we consider the road, and I think a suggestion was made about, if we do a road, can we look at the pavement, drop curbs, etc., make that part of the package? And when we're talking about the infrastructure funding, does the road mean from verge to opposite verge, or does it just mean the carriageway? So I think even that member briefing or clarification, that would be helpful. And if we're considering projects going forward, that we take in the whole road, not just the carriageway. Page 99 talks about the EMES. All members will be a fan, but I think it's extended to community councils and MPs and MSPs as well. I have no idea from the report on how many inquiries are made by each measurable group. It would be helpful to know just how appreciated the system is by the various users, so that we know not only are we hitting our performance in terms of response times, etc., but also how heavily subscribed is it resourced properly? And just that type of data, so we can make sense of the percentages, if that makes sense. So it's a volume and a percentage. And then page 102, just on the risk register, as it were, one of the risks would seem to be our staff profile, with the best will in the world. So obviously it does allude to succession planning, etc. But what are we actually doing to address that? And are the measures we're taking so far effective, or is it something that's going to be an increasing risk, or are we just managing it? You know, if we're doing a risk matrix, would it just be a dot in the middle that we can just hold the position and that's the best we can do, or is it? It's not mentioned, is what I mean, on the last page in terms of the risk register specifically. But looking at the graphs for the staff profile, you'd think it would be a gimme, as in, right, most of our staff are in the kind of older, more mature and sensible age bracket, let's say, rather than that progression coming through. So there's a few points there. I don't know if we need to tweak the reports or if it's just information to come back to members. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Thompson. Yeah, there was a lot there, and Lisa's been writing down most of it. I don't know if Mo, right, I'll bring Mo in on a few of the points. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. I will try to pick up all the point, Councillor. If I start firstly with the financial side of things in terms of internal charges, so that will be various ones in terms of like the PMO, the engineering design. So the bulk of a lot of teams that they deliver capital project, so there will be recharges to other services like economic development, social services, the engineering design for us as well, for property. Happy if I can go back to finance if you want a breakdown of that. I'm sure finance colleagues will be able to provide that. The second point in terms of utilities, I don't want to touch in too much into that's one just because it's an ongoing process and due to the commercial sensitivity about it, but the likes of the energy team in my service, they've been working really hard, I would say, the past year, and they managed to get a good number of callbacks in terms of utilities companies, and it's an ongoing process between the energy team, the bureau, and the utilities. But I'm happy to pick that up offline in this committee if there is any further details required. I think your next point was about the EMESs.
I think in order, my next point was about the road being the whole carriageway and footway, and if we could consider that, but that's maybe a separate thing for a wider question. But the other thing about EMESs was the different user groups. What's the volume of usage and the percentage effectiveness? So we're not getting a sense of the number of users or the number of inquiries, but we get a sense of the percentage of responses. Okay. So it's hard to contextualise. Yep. You know, 95% of 20 is 19, but 95% of 500. You know, it's like it has a different meaning depending on how busy it is.
Yeah.
If you see what I mean.
So in terms of the roads, I apologise, that one need to go back to the road teams and see if I can come back to you. And in terms of EMASs, I think it's an exercise that we can provide, no issues there. And the risk about staff, I think the staff issue is a risk for us, especially from an operational service. I think it's a council-wide issue by us for an operational. So that lies in terms of the age profile. I think you touched on yourself on as we're recruiting the right experienced individuals. But recently we've been working quite hard in terms of the market, and I think the roads team, they were successful recruiting a good number of staff. The PMO, which delivered the capital project, I think we were really lucky. The past year and a half, we managed to recruit a local young individual who are qualified recently as technicians or architects. And so we keep working on that in terms of services with our colleagues in HR, and it's something that is being monitored as well. Thank you.
Councillor Thompson.
It's just on that. So I suppose what I'm really asking is, if it's identified council-wide or service-wide, are the mitigations effective, or do we need to say, actually, we need to do more of that or less of that or something else? I think that's really what I'm trying to get at. So how would we know, other than it just lists the mitigations, but it's like, well, does it work? Do you know what I mean? So I think there's no way of measuring that other than, well, how do we measure it? I think that's what I'm trying to get at. Thank you.
I'll bring the Executive Director in.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point that we need to take a look at. We are developing people plans across the services, and they're only just starting to be developed in those key areas where we are struggling. So it's certainly something that I'd be expecting that plan to be picking up in more detail in terms of measuring the impact of the projects that we're doing to try and recruit, and obviously looking, as you say, at the kind of ongoing mitigations that we're able to put in place to reduce that impact.
Thanks, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Hagman and then Councillor Slater. Councillor Hagman.
Thanks, Chair. Just on the back of one of the comments that Councillor Thompson just made there about the percentage of EMESs, absolutely agree 100%. There's no point in getting a percentage if we don't actually know what it means. But similar could be said about the stage 1, stage 2 complaints and the responses. Again, how many complaints are we actually getting? It's good to know we're responding, but how many are we getting? So if the same principle can be applied to that also, that would be much appreciated. I'm actually wanted to come back in on the points made by Councillor Carruthers in regards to the customer satisfaction, especially on the back that yes, these percentages are correct. I don't know about other elected members across the chamber today, but often I have heard as an elected member that sometimes the council shouldn't be marking its own homework. If we're setting the percentages so low and then we come back and say, great, we've met our target of 7%, 100%, you know, we're doing really well. That again is not. So I would have some real concerns to agree these particular measures. So, you know, if members are in agreement, I don't believe we should be approving those particular ones in reference to the customer satisfaction, and those perhaps should be looked at and come back. So I wouldn't want the whole plan not to be approved, but my request would be, can we approve the plan out with those customer satisfaction responses on page 98? Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Hagman. Councillor Carruthers on that point.
Thanks much on that point, Chairman. So I suppose the point I was trying to emphasise, if we can't agree them today, what's the way forward? And Katie's outlined a way, but my view is still of the case, if we do adjust them, and our aspiration is really to reach them, what does that mean in financial terms and reprioritisation for the council as a whole? I think it will mean a difference. We've already put a lot of extra money compared to what we used to have into roads. That, for us to improve them targets, do we want to just set aspirational? I think it's a really good conversation to be had. I don't know where we'll have that, whether it's in a seminar, it's offline, but I've still got the same view as what Councillor Hagman was saying there. It's difficult as an elected member to look at them and say, well, we've actually agreed them as they are, unless we can see them coming back in short term where we're further informed so we can potentially adjust them. Just my thoughts on that particular subject matter, Chair.
Yeah, hopefully we can maybe try and get some kind of review going on those particular figures, as both you and Councillor Hagman have already iterated, you know, 7%. It might be an easy target to reach, maybe it should be a bit higher. And yeah, I do take your point. I don't know if...
Happy to make a proposal at the recommendations as well, Chair.
Yeah,
if you wish.
We'll come to that when we get to recommendations. Thanks, Ian. Councillor Slater, is that right? Yeah, Councillor Slater.
Yes, thank you, Chair. This is probably for Karen and Executive Director Mo as well. I'm a great believer in thinking out and looking outside the box. Now, I've seen equipment recently, I must admit, that cleans pavements, and it cleans it very, very efficiently, and it's all brushed up as well. I've watched men with hose in and around Dumfries spending a long time, probably 3 or 4 people hoeing the weeds out the pavement. This machine, it just runs along the side of the road, and it just cleans it like that. I can show you film of it. So it's something you should... It's actually used in Ireland, believe it or not, just across the water. But it's very, very efficient. I don't know how fast it does against men with hose. It's tremendously fast. What normally happens on a machine, as a machine goes behind, it just sucks it all up and it's all gone. It leaves a beautiful, even cleans the edge of the pavement because it's quite coarse, this machine. It just takes, it's totally clean. You really have to see it working. And I don't think it would be out of the, I think it would be worth having a look at. That's what I really would say. You have to look to the future, and it's a lot faster than men with hose and a lot more efficient. So maybe you could look at it. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for your comments. I'm sure officers look at these, you know, different facilities, different machines and things like that all the time. We do have an APSI rep as well that looks into all these different types of machines, but I don't know if you want to respond on that, Karen.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Slater. Yeah, I can confirm that we're working closely with Fleet Services to look at different options. Just as you described, there are some machinery out there that would be more beneficial to the teams on the ground rather than hose. So just to give that confirmation, we are through Fleet Services and through the capital programme looking at various options. Thank you.
Could I just answer that? Could I, if I sent you a film of the machine working, would that help or give you more idea how it works? Thank you.
Karen.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, more than happy to receive that. Thank you, Councillor Slater.
Thanks very much. Councillor Marshall.
Just a couple of quick points, just listening to the debate. And, you know, completely get where the members are coming with regards to the 7% on satisfaction in roads. But it's actually where we are. And so any kind of improvement we can see, we have to set a realistic target. And I'm sure you just need to ask the question, are you satisfied with the roads in Dumfries and Galway? You know what the answer's going to be, so I'm surprised that we're even getting 6% or so. I think we need to kind of aim to try and beat the low threshold we've got at the moment. But it'd be interesting. I think that would be replicated right across Scotland, the low satisfaction in the roads. With regards to the public utilities, I think there is more and more. It's affecting pavements and roads. We used to have designated public utilities inspectors. I think we had a couple for the region, and solely went out and checked the roads, and we used to see lots of improvements and callbacks because of that. So that's something maybe, I don't know what the current position is, but we used to have dedicated ones, and that's when all the wind farms were getting connected in. But there's a lot of utilities work, I think, is it BT are doing a lot of kind of upgrades of the telephone systems. So I know they're going through communities at the moment and leaving a mess on the pavements once they're finished. And finally, the annual development appraisal, I think, you know, that always figures in right across the council. I think that's being looked at. I think we've raised that because of the never being able to achieve those targets, and that's been looked at collectively across the council, I think, under Lorna's remit. So it'll be interesting to see. I think a lot of the members will welcome any improvements on the current process and the way we record.
Yeah, thanks very much for your comments, Councillor Marshall. So obviously there's been a lot of debate around about the percentages. So we're being asked to agree the Transport and Infrastructure Service Plan with possible additions. Councillor Carruthers.
I'm going to come back to the comments that Councillor Marshall made. I mean, it was when Councillor Smith, now MSP, used to often say he would never support a race to the bottom, and I always supported it in regards to that philosophy, and I get the feeling this is going in the same philosophy as that. So, but I think Councillor Marshall says, like, we've got to agree something, and he's absolutely right when he says that, and I think, okay, as a 2.1 we could, as per the recommendations, but I think it's essential of a 2.2, so we do agree it, we've got it there as draft, that we have a workshop, a seminar, whatever it may be, some kind of member workshop where we can address, have a look at this and see whether it's in the short term, whatever it may be, but the next 3 to 6 months we see a review or an update report coming back in regards to this particular service plan after members have seen sight of it and the evidence behind that, Chairman. I think it's important to take into consideration the comments that have been made today. So as a 2.2, it could quite easily be a member's seminar, so a workshop. That would then inform a future report coming forward sometime in the next 3 to 6 months. Thank you.
Thanks. Is that something that can be accommodated, Lisa?
Yeah, thanks. I'm sure it can in terms of a member seminar. I am really conscious that the central diary is very, very busy with seminars, so it's likely to be quite some time before we'd get one in. But what I will say is that we will have our 6-month performance report coming to committee in November on this particular area. So we'll take on board some of the comments in terms of the lack of information, in terms of, you know, comparing the percentages. We can perhaps take a look at the road performance then in terms of maintenance, and I don't know if we'll have a customer satisfaction, but I think we can certainly look at it alongside all of the national benchmarking data that we have available to see whether that picture at that 6-month point is giving us a more informed position than perhaps we feel the service plan is, and that may then feed into a more productive member seminar, which we'll look to schedule in. But as I say, I think it will be a little bit of time before we get to that point.
Councillor Carruthers.
No, thanks very much for that. I mean, I'm getting some reassurance, but the only concerns I've got is that I've said it already publicly that I don't agree that, and that, again, we should be agreeing 7% on that one, but I'm going to have 3 below that, what I'm fairly uncomfortable with as well. There's others beyond that. So it's, again, the only way in regards to that is a performance target, I would say, rather than an aspirational target. So if that is the case, so if we want a higher target, which is realistic, I think it'll have to be a reallocation of funds. So at least, and if we're not willing to do that as we go forward, then fair enough, that's fine, that'll be a council decision. then at that point, with that fullness of information, we can have a better understanding, right, okay, do we have to set our benchmark as low as that, or our target, I should say. So I'd feel more comfortable if it can be done as sooner rather than later with that wider information, please.
Lisa. Lisa.
Yeah, I'd be more than happy for us to get it in as soon as we can. I'm just very conscious of the central diary, but yeah, we'll take a look at it.
Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, same point. I mean, when I'm looking at that page in terms of, particularly page 98, to me, the customer satisfaction ones, they're not targets. That's the current state of satisfaction. So, and I think or at least that's what it ought to be, so that rather than set a specific target for that, we have to recognise that that's where we are, if that's the case. And it's through our actions in the plan, I would imagine that that will commensurate have an effect next year when we do the same survey, and then we'll know. But if you set, it's a bit artificial to set a target for satisfaction rather than just let's measure the satisfaction and then see does that indicate that we're doing the right thing and compare that over the years. So I think that target heading at the top of that table is what's the problem in this case, I think, if that makes sense. So even if we just said that's not a target, that's just where we are, let's have a seminar and then sort of figure out how we measure things best. If that helps, I don't know, but thank you.
Yeah, I take your point. I understood from what Stuart said, but I may have misunderstood, that the 7% is a target based on our 5% actual last year satisfaction rate. Is that?
Stuart. We have increased it, but I can't remember exactly from what. It probably is 1%, but we took last year's figures, looked at them and said, you know, what would be some kind of increment to increase this by, but I could probably find last year's figures to compare it with what's actually in there just now, but there was a small increase on last year.
So to clarify, it is a target as opposed to actual performance, but I don't disagree with you that it's not a particularly stretching target potentially, and you know, I don't disagree that it perhaps doesn't reflect very well in the report in terms of a 7% satisfaction target.
Thank you. I'm just wondering if we're measuring the right thing to actually get an improvement here. But in terms of the report, I'm happy to agree it, but I do have that same concern as other elected members about that. So what can we? So if it is a case of agree this and then have a seminar, but that, you know, yeah, maybe it is a recommendation. I don't know, Chair, but there's no way I could, in good conscience, say yeah, let's agree a target increase from 5% to 7% satisfaction. That just seems ludicrous. But thank you.
Okay, members. So we're asked to agree this, and Councillor Carruthers, you wish to put to 2.1. Sorry, 2.2.
That's it, 2.2, and Luce, I'm sure it'll be picked up through due diligence that it's just asked for a workshop so members can be informed in regards to the discussion that we've had, and that information and what's collated at that meeting will be part of a future report. Thank you.
I'm getting nods. So, yeah, I think if members can agree that, yeah, with the 2.2. Okay, thanks very much, members. Now move on to agenda item 9. This is the development of a garden waste collection service. Following the excellent news, the Dumfries and Galloway Council was successful in the Scottish Government Recycling Improvement Fund, the RIF, capital grant administered by Zero Waste Scotland. This report is to provide members with an update relating to the to the project development of garden waste opt-in curbside collection service. Karen Brownlee is available to take any questions on the report along with any other officers that may be required. Karen, have you anything to add to the report? Just go to question.
Thank you, Chair. If I may just give members an update in relation to 4.6. So the last sentence on that within the report states it is anticipated that subscriptions will automatically renew once initially established. Just to provide members with an update further, since this report's been written further, work has been done on that, and we will collect a single payment each year. This year that will be in October and November, and thereafter it will be an annual reminder. So it was just to update members on that. Thank you.
Thanks, Karen. I'll open it up to members. Councillor Marshall and then Councillor Beretti.
Yeah,
well aware of all the hard work that's been put into this by the Waste team, and you know the reports that came to the previous communities committees. It's really just to congratulate the team on the successful application. To get the 100% capital funding was a major achievement, and also the fact is that it was based on getting that 100%, or it would have had to come back to the council to decide a way forward. I was interested in the progress we've made in 4.3. In 2020 we were at 30%, and in 2022 it's 45%. And I think it was impressed on us either in sessions when we were talking about this scheme or in the committee that it was affecting the amount of garden waste that goes into the grey bin does affect dramatically the recycling rates. And I'm just looking at the national target of 70%. We're at 45 now, and I'm just looking for a ballpark figure. Is if it's implemented and it's self-financing, which we hope it will be, what kind of improvement would we see? And I don't want you to hold you to this, but what are we expecting to see from the 45%? Is it going to be like a 5% increase towards the 70% target? And just finally, I think people have touched on the battery recycling scheme, and it did have its problems, and I think we've maybe sorted that out now. But I think crucial going forward, if it is to be self-financing, we have to get the promotion and the communications right on this. And so I would probably like to see, and it could be out with the meeting, but members would like to see what that plan of action would be. And also really just because I think most of the members support this, is there anything that elected members can do to assist in the promotion and communication of this across the region?
Thanks, Councillor Marshall. Karen.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Marshall. Thank you for your kind words of congratulations, and I'll certainly pass that on to the team because they did work very hard in terms of that bid. In relation to percentage increase, I was just trying to flick back to the Communities Committee report there, but I can't find the section. But off the top of my head, we are looking at a sort of 4 to 5% increase if the uptake is what we anticipate it will be. So that was, if members can recall, 25% the first year, rising to 40% in year 3. In relation to the battery recycling, absolutely take your comments on board. The service have most definitely learnt lessons, and one of the key lessons that came out of that was communication, how we communicate with our team as a whole, but also how we communicate with the wider communities. Within the report, I have suggested that I bring a further report back to the November committee, which will detail the communications plan, which I would suggest will be a robust communications plan in relation to going forward. And you'll note also within the report, section 4.9, that there's a work stream specifically in relation to communication. In relation to how elected members can support the rollout of that and the communication within the wider communities, I would definitely say that there is a role to play. So thank you for that offer. And you know, I would be anticipating that, you know, through direct communication with yourselves, we'll obviously let you know when we're just about to communicate with the wider communities, and if you can then cascade that through your networks as well, that would be incredibly helpful. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Karen. Councillor Barretti.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Marshall, for that, because you almost asked all the questions I wanted to ask. But I'd like to also congratulate Karen for the amount of work and the team, given this was funded by the Scottish Government, and therefore we should be thankful that we've got this. The recycling rates, I hope they turn out, and that we actually go above and beyond what you have said. One question that comes to mind is where the material will go once we've collected it, because there is going to be public interest as to what happens to the green material. I'm not going to call it waste because I think it's a resource, but what happens to this green material once it leaves D&G, because it's not going to be composted in D&G. So, and the other point to that is, once we do the comms, I would like to see as many positive features going into the comms as to exactly why it's important that residents in D&G, and certainly in the very, very rural areas, get into this scheme and utilise it. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Beretti. Karen.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Beretti. Just to confirm, and I think we had a similar conversation at Communities Committee in relation to the off-take of garden waste. We will go through procurement to procure a contract in relation to that off-take. So I can't provide any further detail on that just now until we work through that process. But it would certainly go out with the region, because at this current time we cannot deal with garden waste. And in relation to your second comment with regards to positive features and the positive nature of recycling, and that's not just garden waste, that's wider recycling as well. We definitely will be working with Zero Waste Scotland to put very clear positive messages out within our communities to try and change behaviours across our region. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Karen. I've got Councillors McGregor, Blake, Hagman and Thompson, so Leader next.
Thanks very much, Chair. Again, I welcome the report and the update, and congratulations to the team for securing the funding, absolutely. Just very briefly on page 104, bullet point 4.5, I know that this scheme has been incredibly successful across other regions and very well received, and there's some variances as to how many bins people are allowed to have, depending on what authority you're in. Now, I think Moray, it's as many as you like, and they've got some households that have got big gardens that are subscribing to 4 or 5 bins. I think they're capped in South Ayrshire to maybe 2, and I think it's maybe just a plea to say that if people want as many bins as they like and they're happy to pay their 40 quid, that we do that. It does say more than 1 bin if required, but I didn't know whether we had an upper cap.
Thanks, Leader. Karen.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Leader. That's a very good point that you raise. We, at this current time, do not have an upper cap. It is an opt-in service at £40 per bin, and if households requested, 1, 2, 3, 4 bins, then that would be no problem at all. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Blake.
That's quite simple. That question's just been answered. The only other one, Councillor Beretti mentioned about the fact of the processing of the garden, not waste, garden resource. I understand that although just now we cannot cope with that in-house, but we are committed to looking into that in the future with the possibility of doing it, should it be successful. Is that the case?
Karen.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Blake. Yes, certainly at Communities Committee that was discussed, and we did confirm that we would consider and look into that in the future as the programme goes forward. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Hagman.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, this is the first time I've had an opportunity to discuss the garden waste collection service. So I really welcome the opportunity. Again, we've got a new committee structure, so we need to acknowledge that. Just in terms of process, and apologies if I keep coming back to processes and governance, but let's get it right from the start and move forward. Can we just be really careful with the language? At the very opening, it says, at this committee on the 3rd of October 23. This committee didn't exist then, so which committee? Presuming Communities Committee when you look at that. So can we just be really clear so we can follow through where we're on there? Also, just again, in terms of process and reports, we've got an impact or a summary impact assessment attached at the appendices or the appendix in the report. Often we've not had these as included, so will we always receive a summary of the impact assessment for any report. So just in terms of consistency of reporting, that might be useful. But also, this is just a summary impact assessment. The full impact assessment is not available. I've checked online and it's not been published online. In other committees in the past, we've not had a summary, but the full impact assessment has been uploaded onto our website. So and a hyperlink has been attached to the papers. That's not there. So while we've got 6 positive impacts, I've no idea what those 6 positive impacts are, and I don't know what the 2 negative impacts are. So can we ensure that the full impact assessment is uploaded onto the council website where other impact assessments are on there? Again, just in terms of presentation on page 105, really helpful to see the milestones, but it's got a milestone and then the quarter and the update. Could we perhaps just get a year and date? Because again, members of the public might not know what quarter means. It's just about being accessible. I know we're meaning the quarter of this financial year, but again, it's just for that really clear summary going forward. I think it's really important. And my final question, and it is more about the scheme, so apologies, we're looking at the update that's coming back, but where do schools sit within this? I'm just conscious when we rolled out recycling for plastics and aluminium cans, etc., schools weren't necessarily included in that at the start. I'm just really aware that a lot of our schools, and also we've got a lot of community groups that do gardening and take on areas of public area for the good of the public. Are they able to get access to a waste bin? Is that being included? Apologies if I've missed it out, but I just think it would be really useful to know and certainly support our schools if that's something that's helpful for them as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Hagman. Karen.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Hagman, for your comments and questions. I'll go through each of them. So in terms of the 3.1, absolutely, apologies, that should have said Communities Committee, and I'll ensure that's changed going forward. In relation to the impact assessment, yes, I will go back to the team and ask that for that to be uploaded online, and that perhaps should have been part of the report as it stands just now. In relation to your third point, the table within section 4.11, yeah, absolutely agreed, and I'll take that on board for the future. That should be year and date, so that's very clear for anyone and everyone who's reading it. And then your question in relation to organisations and in particular schools accessing the garden waste collection service. At this moment in time, our priority is households across Dumfries and Galloway. However, the project board has been brought together to progress this project will absolutely look at both internally within the council, and it's not just it wouldn't just necessarily be schools that we're looking at there, but also organisations and commercial use as well. So as I say, that would be the next step. Our priority at this current time is household garden waste recycling. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Karen. Thanks, Councillor Hagman. Got Councillor Thompson next.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. It was just on the 4.5 and so it's a 240 litre bin and you pay 40 quid for that. Do we ever uplift the bins again? Because if you go online, you won't get a bin for cheaper than about 52 quid. So there's actually no reason not to get a bin unless you're going to lose it after the year one and you don't continue your subscription. So do you know what I mean? So is there any sort of clawback? Because we might end up just providing the cheapest bins on the market for people who want them, and then they can just use it for storage after that. So it's really just to, one, that could be used as a promotional campaign, because who doesn't like getting something for cheap? And two, because there's no commitment. So are we planning to recover bins that don't get used if the subscription's not continued, or how are we structuring this? Because, there's a potential there for it to be misused, let's say.
Thanks, Councillor Thompson. Karen.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Absolutely key point and something that the project board have discussed. So yes, we would be looking to claw back those bins if they weren't signed up for the future year. So that's something that we need to consider and plan for going forward. But as I say, the bins would be issued, then there'd be a permit. The following year, we would be asking communities to sign up for the permit. If they didn't sign up for that, then we would be looking to recover those bins.
Thanks very much. Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Chair. My question's been answered.
Thank you very much. Councillor Slater.
Yes, Karen. As regarding the cost of the bins initially, then garden waste is being taken out of the area for processing. What is the cost and any money returns to the council? And lastly, I suppose, if we had our own plant, will that save the council and make money if all our waste was being reprocessed in this area? And we could possibly take in waste from other councils as well if we had a good working plant. Is that a possibility? Or is that far into the future? Thank you.
Karen.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Slater. So to confirm the capital grant that we've received, the Scottish Government capital grant that we've received administered by Zero Waste Scotland, that includes the purchase of 32,000 bins. Okay, so that'll set the project off. In terms of income that then is brought in through the service and through the modelling we have, we are hoping that we'll achieve 25% the first year, raising to 40% in the third year. That income that is brought in will pay for things like the staffing to manage and to run the garden waste collection service, and it will also pay for any sort of maintenance and repair, as well as looking at 5, 6, 7 years down the line to replace the RCVs. So that's how the project itself has been modelled. At this current time, the council do not have the facilities or the capacity to recycle our own garden waste, and hence the reason at this current time. I'm not saying it won't be investigated in the future, and it certainly will, but at this current time we don't have the capacity to do that. Thank you.
Just to say, if you had that capacity, I had a plant, obviously it's quite a large investment, but could you see that happening where we do virtually all our own waste and be able to advertise to other councils to get their waste and make money back to our council? Is that far too far in the future? Thank you.
Don't want to get bogged down in any sort of debates. We've got the report in front of us, Councillor Slater. So I think on that note, we'll go to recommendations, which is 2.1 to note and 2.2 to agree and receive further reports, and taking on board what members have been saying about the hyperlink, is for the impact assessment. And Councillor Thompson.
Just to congratulate the team on updating the website over lunch to reflect the battery collection, so thanks for that. We can work quickly when we have to, but it would be helpful to know, just in terms of the programme board, if you like, what comes back, because obviously when we're promoting the service, we'd need to be clear about the recovery of bins potentially at the end of a contract. Thank you.
I think that's been noted anyway, so yeah, happy to do so. Okay, members, we move on to agenda item 10, which is the Strategic Housing Investment Plan Annual Review 2024, the report approved by Head of Economy and Environment. This report seeks members' agreement to the annual submission of the Council's Strategic Housing Investment Plan, (SHIP), to the Scottish Government. It also provides an opportunity to consider the inclusion of new development projects and confirms the funding available from the Scottish Government Affordable Housing Supply Programme, the AHSP, to support affordable housing construction within Dumfries and Galloway. I've got Steve Rogers here, is available to take any questions along with any other officers that may be required. So Steve, have you got anything to add to your report?
Thank you, Chair. Nothing to add to the report.
Thank you very much. I'll open it up to members' debate. Councillor Marshall.
Yeah, it's really just, first of all, I think this is a really good report. It's a good news story. I think there's a couple of clouds within it as well, and I think one of those was whilst we declared a house an emergency, if you look at 3.5, we declared a house an emergency in Dumfries and Galloway. Borders had already announced their house an emergency, and we also have the action plan that was developed by South of Scotland Enterprise. There's lots of work being done, but it was disappointing that, you know, the allocation reduced from 20.5 million to 15.5 million. And I think the leader wrote to the Scottish Government. It was in the process of writing to the Scottish Government. I just wondered if we had any response on the reason why, and whether or not there was any rethink on that decision. I think Jamie and his team and Steve do a great job with this report, and appreciate just getting to see the latest progress. I would probably like to see going forward, because it's so crucial at the moment with regards to housing, and especially affordable rented housing, that I think it's at page 170, 171, it's the investment plan of all the kind of projects and sites that we have in the plan up from this year to 2027-28. I'm just wondering if we can have an update on that, probably on a 6-monthly basis, but probably adding a paragraph on or a column on, just giving us the latest update on each of these projects, so that we can monitor it. So I don't know what the best way of doing that, but I'm very interested in this, and I think it's right that all members keep abreast of all the kind of projects that are ongoing, and that will include any ones that are added. Like, there's a couple of suggestions in the recommendations, and I'm happy with the recommendations in the report, but also any that actually have to come off as well. The one thing that, and I have noticed this because I sit in planning, and if you look at the list on 170, 171, I was at the planning meeting where the planner's recommendations, I think it was Les Wall early in the year, and just last week, Queensbury Bray, so 56 houses and 112. And whilst there was a recommendation from the planning officers, the councillors rejected both of these proposals, which has a significant and a major impact, because that's 200 houses. And the question I'm asking is, when it happens, and it's particularly when you, and I listened to the debates, etc., and there was some genuine concerns raised, and because both the sites were Wheatley sites, is there anything that Jamie and his team do to look at whether or not there needs to be something done, redesigned? So I think the main question is, these two sites are still on there, and I suppose they will remain on there because they can revisit that. But what's the process for revisiting that after you've had a rejection from this planning committee?
Thanks, Councillor Marshall. Who wants to take this, Steve or Jamie? I see you're online, Jamie.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'll pick up some points, and Steve can add any further comments if he wishes. Thanks, Councillor Marshall, for the questions. I've noted down your points there. I'm just going to start in terms of the planning applications for Les Walt and Thornhill. Planning Committee have been advised that following the Les Walt decision made by the Council to refuse that application, it was then assessed by the Scottish Government as being a suitable application, and the decision was overturned. So we're working closely with Wheatley Home South around how they're planning to deliver that, and there is a short update in the Strategic Housing Investment Plan project on that matter. Thornhill decision at Queensbury Bray is being made just last week, so we will engage with Wheatley Home South in terms of their intentions of where they see progress being made around that site, and happy to update members as soon as we have any further information. That probably leads on to the provision of updates on a 6-monthly basis. Our intention very much as officers is to ensure that the Strategic Housing Investment Plan is published online and kept up to date on a regular basis as matters change. We do meet formally with all the registered social landlords on a quarterly basis. We also hold a development forum, so we would expect that this is subject to change fairly regularly. We do also bring updates on an area basis to each of the area committees, and members will be aware we have a round of area committees coming up during this month where updates on key projects will be provided. If there is any additional information that's required, then clearly more than happy to provide that at relevant stages. And on the subject of removal of projects, that's a matter that's delegated to committee as well. So if there is a need to remove projects going forward, those will be brought to members for awareness. Also, yeah, very regular engagement with the Scottish Government. As mentioned about the housing emergency and the reduced funding by Councillor Marshall. We are in very regular communication. The letter that's been attached as Appendix 1 sets out some of the reasons, and previous committee reports have highlighted the challenges that have been cited by the Scottish Government in terms of delivery of capital funding. And we will continue to engage, but the work that's carrying on in the region is to make sure we can maximise the delivery of affordable housing in any possible way. In some years we've been able to utilise funding from other areas, other council areas, and it's certainly our intention to try to do that again this year.
Councillor Marshall.
Yeah, and just quickly, just one thing I forgot to mention as well. I met Jamie last week down at Eastriggs, where we actually, cut the sword on the first major development by Cunningham there as well. So thanks for that as well.
Thanks very much. Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Chair. On page 115, the first development at Traquair. Now, I think this is a case of terminology, and it's come across, it came across in planning last week, and it's come across from this where it's 12 units, of which 2 are wheelchair adapted properties. So I'm kind of assuming that the other 10 are going to have a level of accessibility. But there is another level of housing, which particularly Wheatley Group use, which is called mobility housing, which is not actually particularly accessible. So I think in these reports, if it's possible to say whether the other 10 are accessible or adaptable in the future, I think we need to kind of know what's possible, because mobility bungalow with steps and a bath is not a mobility bungalow. But the other thing I would say is the target on page 150 of 125 units by the year 2035. I think the last time I looked, we had about 250 households waiting for accessible properties. So are some people ever going to get a consideration of a property that suits their needs? Because that's a very long target. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Lowe. Jamie.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Councillor Lowe. On the accessible bungalows at Traquair, the intention obviously is to highlight that there's an opportunity there to develop wheelchair accessible homes at that location. It will be subject to further consideration and demand at the particular time of a planning application being submitted. So the reference in there is around what is possible, and it will be adjusted and members will be advised as we bring further strategic housing investment plan updates back in the future. All new builds are effectively designed to housing for varying needs standards at the moment, which is effectively a home for life, so it should be adjustable to meet the needs of people as it ongoing throughout different stages of their life, so it should be adaptable to meet their needs. On the wheelchair target, that information there came from our housing need and demand assessment from 2016. That has been updated now and is currently with the Scottish Government for assessment of robust and credible status. That work is ongoing, and we're waiting for final clarity in terms of housing need and demand assessment back from the Scottish Government. But hopefully within the report, members will see that registered social landlords have been exceeding that target of 8 properties per year quite significantly over the last 3-year period to meet particular demands.
Thanks, Jamie. I've got Councillor Carruthers.
Thanks so much, Chairman. Probably take me a couple of minutes, Chair, just to outline my kind of thoughts in regards to what I'm going to say. I've got 2 questions and a point to make, and probably a proposal. Page 155, Jamie, it references what I would describe as the Murtham site. I know you referenced the Murtham site in Langham. I just wondered, there might be an update for the committee today, there might not be. Leave that in your hands. The housing needs demands assessment in regards to being robust and credible. When that comes back, will at least the members of this committee, I suppose that'll be forwarded on, maybe the whole council, but at least this member, the sooner we see that, I think the better. But taking back a step, so more recently, I refer to that's the two questions or points, and I'll go a wee bit of background in regards to my proposal that's been touched on already, in part by Sean, Councillor Marshall, that is. So, it's my role as chair of the Strategic Housing Forum. We met recently, cross-party, non-political, but cross-party with the Housing Minister, Paul McLennan. That was an extremely fruitful and successful meeting, I would say. It has led to another meeting, which we'll have again maybe October, November time, somewhere around there. Probably the best meeting I've ever had with a minister, and I've had quite a few over the years, feeling positive when I came away from it. Probably housing is particularly close to my own heart when it comes to that. I get quite enthusiastic in regards to it. But going back to the point that Councillor Marshall mentioned, so with a planning application last week, Wheatley Homes South, 112 units. I'll come back to that. So recently through the area committee in particular, Andy and Lester I'll refer to here. So we've started to build relationships and have a communication through that. So Cunningham Housing Association, Sean referred to that. That was a different thing. We've had on-site visits, what's happening locally, and that's really good relationships building up there, which is absolutely excellent. We had a meeting on Friday there, a chance to meet with the Chief Executive of Lord Burn Housing Association, another RSL, absolutely excellent meeting, very, very fruitful. And at a wider council level, we've actually got a strategic partnership agreement, so the whole council signed up to that with Wheatley Homes South, which is absolutely spot on, it's great. But the concerns, come back to what's said earlier, I've got with this particular report, it's the only concern I've got, I would say, other than the Leswalt, but we're probably past the point in time, but is the application that was refused last week by the council through a different committee. So my proposal would be, I'm looking at, I think it's page 159, appendix 3. That's where the sites are allocated. I'm looking at the very last one at the top of the page in that table, which is Wheatley Homes South. It's Queensbury Brae, Thornhill. It references the 112 units on there. I'm uncomfortable letting that go through at this moment in time. I would rather see that removed, members. In the short term, fair enough, it can come back again any time, because that's just an application through a head of strategic housing, which is Jamie, is online today. Wheatley Homes South would have to just reapply for that, then it'd come back to us to get ratified. But I think for us to go back, and the council has to communicate wider with Wheatley Homes South in particular. We've got, like I say, we've already got that partnership agreement in place, but the feedback I'm getting from members is quite clear that they want to discuss that site and actually any potential future sites to see what they're thinking. I'm sure there's other members on that committee are in here today, but the size, scale, the road traffic management, the high density, the height of the buildings, the orientation, the solar gain, so on. There was a whole raft of things what was mentioned that we weren't happy with, and I think there should be better communications in regards to the partnership. So I've got my 2 points stroke questions, hopefully be addressed by Jamie, but I think that particular, it should be removed today, the M112 sites, and potentially relocated at a future date with us at that 6-monthly review. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Carruthers. Jamie, the first 2 points, I'm sure you can clarify or clear up on that particular area. However, the removal, I mean, what would be the consequences, you know, if there was a motion to remove the Queensbury Brae, Thornhill? I don't know if that would be helpful for members to make a decision today. Thanks.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Councillor Carruthers, for the question. So, yeah, just in terms of the housing need and demand assessment, it's certainly our intention to bring that back to this committee at the earliest opportunity. We would hope that that's possible by November, but we are very much in the hands of the Scottish Government in terms of their assessment. I would like to think that it's at a very advanced stage, and we've clarified all the points required. So I will be very hopeful we can make the November date. In terms of the Merton Farm site in Langham, as members have been made aware, Lawburn Housing Association are currently experiencing significant financial challenges and are having an overall review of their strategic approach to the delivery of housing services within the region. and as more information becomes available, we're certainly happy to engage with members. The discussion about the engagement with registered social land is obviously key, but we'd be very keen. While there has been engagement in Annandale and Eskdale with Cunningham and law-bound housing associations in particular, that's certainly something we'd be happy to look at arranging for any of the areas across the region. On the final point there, just in relation to the removal of Queensberry Bray, I can provide some initial comments on that, but I think it'd be helpful to allow members to receive a further report if that's something they want to progress in terms of full implications. To make members aware, the site has been purchased through the Scottish Government's Affordable Housing Supply Programme. At the time it was by DGHP, now Wheatley Homes South. Wheatley Homes South did make a commitment to the council in their strategic agreement that they would continue to deliver the sites that had been purchased by Dumfries and Galloway Housing Partnership at the time. And in terms of consequences, that would be a potential loss of funding and investment from the region. Wheatley Homes South have obviously put significant sums of money into taking forward a planning application for the site as well. That comes from their own resources. So I would suggest that members take thoughts today, but at this time I can't give the full implications of exactly what would happen because this has just been raised with me.
Do you want to come back in, Councillor Carruthers?
Just so I'm absolutely clear on the guy, it was a short term as far as I'm concerned. I can definitely see this coming back, but I think this is in order to gain. And what I didn't say earlier was that, unfortunately, with the Les Walt case, I think members were of the understanding that they'd probably have that communication before they appealed it, and they wouldn't actually appeal it. So the likelihood is they'll probably appeal this, and the Department of Planning and Environment Appeals will make their decision, whatever that may be. They'll either dismiss it or allow it. But I'm just trying to circumvent that potential friction that might create going forward with the council. I think it's better that actually this is the only way, as far as I can see, we can actually stall it in the short term and bring it back in at a later point where we can definitely have that communication with the wider council. It's not about taking it off the board completely at all. It's the very opposite. It's about actually making sure we've got the correct formal relationships going forward as the council expects.
Yeah, I mean, those of us who sit in planning can remember the Liswell one was appealed, and I wouldn't be surprised if this one is going through appeal as well. I don't know if we can maybe get some kind of legal implication of if members decide to remove it from the SHIP planning. I don't know if you can assist, Laura, on that, if it does go to appeal.
Thank you, Chair. My concern would be that the decision that was refused at Planning Application Committee was to do with matters that were reserved in conditions. There is still an existing planning permission in principle for the site, and it is in LDP2, that although there was a refusal at the last Planning Application Committee, it would still be possible for that to be overturned. So, as Jamie says, I think the full implications need to be bottomed out before that's taken as being removed from the appendix.
Thank you, Laura. Is it on the same point, Councillor Thompson? Okay, I'll bring you in first before Councillor Slater.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate that. Thank you. Apologies, Councillor Slater. So it is in the same point, and I'm wondering how. So that on the one hand, I think Jamie was saying earlier that this is a living document. It says that in the report, etc. But I'm aware that our signalled intent is to develop appropriate housing on that site, and we've got all our kind of pathway to why that's there. I think we need to recognise, though, that the majority of elected members in the planning committee refused the application that was offered. That's not to say there won't be another one, and there's a process happening in the background to that, I'm sure. So this council still has an intention to develop housing in that location. It's just that we've not received the right application yet, if that makes sense. So while and on the back of a meeting that we had in Annandale, in Eskdale, sort of at the town hall, it was actually very helpful to engage with Lorburn. I think there's a great merit in that in terms of understanding local developments. Maybe that needs to happen with Wheatley to get that local understanding for their elected members, because it seems to be good practice. But I think in terms of this, And while I sympathise with Councillor Carruthers, I think it would be, I'm not sure what the benefits would be. It sounds like there'd be more risk than benefit to potentially removing anything at this time, but I think we should maybe record that in the paper somehow, that we're noting that there's been an application. There's an asterisk there saying, yeah, there's been an application, but it was refused. But it's our strategic housing investment plan, not Wheatley's. And I think our intention is that we still want to develop because we need the housing. It's just we've not had the right application yet in terms of elected members. So I think there is something in the balance there, but I think this maybe needs to reflect that somehow, rather than taking it out, put ourselves at risk, and then try and put it back in later. So I'm merely airing my thoughts, but I'm just sort of I'd say I'm concerned about the risk to the council potentially, notwithstanding the fact that we have just refused to that particular planning application. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Slater.
Yes, thank you, Chair. As regard what Councillor Carruthers said there, yes, there were several issues about that planning at Thornhill, and that was the decision that was made that day. As Mr Carruthers says, there was bad access onto a very busy road, and the amount of houses per square kilometre, I think it was the area should have been larger to take that amount of houses. I think I'm right saying that. So there was a lot of issues there, so it's important that, how would I say, I think that the committee made the right decision at the time because of the
I don't want to get boiled down into planning.
Okay,
because
I'm just saying that
the reason why I brought our legal representative in is because we need to find out what would be the legal implication on this committee on making a decision to take it out of the ship. It's got nothing to do with planning. There's already extant planning permission, which means that, you know, a development can go ahead. If I'm picking you up right, Laura, is that what you said?
Yes, Chair. There is a planning permission in principle, and also it's in the local development plan too. But again, I'd be more than happy, legal services would be more than happy to work with Jamie in providing a briefing note in this for members so that you're aware of the full implications of removing it from the ship before making that decision.
And I think that's where we need to be, members, is get that fullest information before we make a decision today. I've got Leader Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm not going to get bogged down in the planning either, and I don't sit on planning, and I wasn't aware of what happened last week, so I'm actually looking at it from a different lens. So I've met with the new MD of Wheatley Homes fairly recently, in the spirit of trying to build those relations, and I think we need to be very clear with Wheatley, and I think she understands as well that they've not been great at working with the communities to explain their vision within settlements, and that's why the Leswalt one became what it was, and Thornhill's potentially going to go that way as well. I suppose my concern with this is that we do want the site developed, but it's got to be with the appropriate housing. Is there a risk here, and I appreciate what you're saying about PIP and all the rest of it, but that, you know, that is a process. Is there a risk that if we do nothing today, that, no disrespect to Wheatley, they run roughshod over us, take it to appeal, we end up with the development as was last week, rather than that constructive work of communicating with Wheatley to find out with what next stage of after the PIP would be acceptable to the community and to members. And I think it is about that relationship building. It's about Wheatley better understanding our rural communities, and what works in Heath Hall is not necessarily going to work in Thornhill. So it's about individual settlements and what they require. So I'd like some advice, absolutely, but to me a planning in principle is just that. They still have to come back with further detail, and that detail was refused last week. But does this leave us with a risk of, if that stays in the ship for now, or comes out temporarily, that they will end up with that development anyway?
Yeah, I think the concern is if it's taken out the ship, you know, does it have an effect? Well, it will have an effect one way or another, I would suppose, but I think we're really needing some legal advice or some kind of advice. I don't know if Jamie can assist on this, or Laura herself, or even Steve, but we need to make sure that if we make any decision today, this committee, that we're doing it for the right reasons and it's competent and probably legal in one way or another. So,
thanks, Chair. I'm happy to come in and try and add a little bit of clarity. I'll admit I'm not going to be able to give absolute clarity on this point, but I think the key element is that if members do decide to remove it from the Strategic Housing Investment Plan with any project, the document does set out where the Council's objectives are around the Affordable Housing Supply Programme investment, and that's obviously an absolute must in terms of delivery of affordable housing. There needs to be that investment from the Scottish Government for projects. If it's not in the Strategic Housing Investment Plan, then the Scottish Government wouldn't then fund any projects. That's the principle. There are obviously implications of the fact it has already received investment from the Scottish Government. It has been purchased by Wheatley Homes South, so there has already been capital investment at this site. In terms of the planning application, again, members will be aware, because I've probably said this at committee before, I'm not a planner, but my full understanding is that irrelevant of whether or not the project is in the Strategic Housing Investment Plan, or Wheatley Homes South can appeal their decision should they wish to. They may make the decision not to appeal the decision, but then that is out with the hands of the council at the point they choose whether or not to appeal the decision that's been made at Planning Application Committee.
thanks, Jamie. Councillor Marshall.
It was quickly to say I would prefer just to leave it in the moment and wait to see, because I think this is still unfinished. I think the recommendation that went to planning was to approve, and it was councillors overturned that. So I think there's still the opportunity for appeal, and I think it's best just to leave everything as it is at the moment.
Thanks for that. Councillor Barretti.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It's a quandary, and it's a quandary also for the residents of Thornhill, because that's clearly my ward. And they made their feelings quite evident on the day that they came here to this planning application. I think on listening to what our legal has said, I would also be very wary of doing anything right now that could jeopardise any other actions that we take as a council. And certainly I've only just communicated with Mr Sutty on the response, and I want to see how far that goes. I realise that Wheatley could go directly to the recorder and have it overturned, but I would want to be sure that our legal department is giving us the best information today. And if we have to leave it in, then we have to leave it in, but we have to leave it in for a good reason.
Well, the decision will ultimately be this committee, based on, the debate, our legal advice, advice from Jamie and Steve. So, Councillor Carruthers.
Thanks so much, Chair. No, I really appreciate this debate. It wasn't for me personally. I felt more for the members of Mid and Upper Nithsdale. It was important that we had this type of conversation. The wider committee now understands that without that identification support for the council, these can't go ahead. The Scottish Government will not support them. I thought that was an important point to make. And I'd be very surprised if Wheatley Homes South don't now approach at least the local members, but hopefully at least Nithsdale Area Committee, and have that conversation, because Jamie's got the message loud and clear, and I'm sure he'll communicate it. I'm confident in his abilities. So the only thing I would ask for and insist on is we get that brief from Laura as quick as we possibly can, please. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Carruthers. Councillor Barretti.
I welcome Councillor Carruthers' comments, and I do honestly hope that Wheatley do engage with the local ward members, because up until now I haven't seen anything, and I have still yet to engage with the local community to see their reaction. So I'm still in favour of following legal advice at this stage.
So we're kind of an impasse here at the moment.
Chairman, I think we've got a way forward with that briefing. We've got the assurance, we've got the briefing, we just agree with recommendations as per. I think that's what we're saying.
Okay.
It was a potential proposal, but like I say, it's mere here in my thoughts, same as Councillor Thompson. We needed the debate, we've had it, so.
Chair, could I maybe offer some observations in terms of that proposed way forward? Because I think it is legitimate for this committee to have concerns about progress in terms of the delivery of the affordable housing programme. And I think Jamie and myself have now got that mandate to go back and re-engage with Wheatley Homes in terms of what their future intentions are. From that perspective, I think it's really important that we don't confuse or conflate the issues which are to do with the planning process. We have to, I think, my advice is we have to let the planning process run its course. All of the projects within the affordable housing supply programme have to go through a planning process. And that's only one part of, I think, the role of this committee in terms of having oversight of the delivery of the programme. But I think we've got a legitimate basis on which to go back and re-engage with Wheatley. And as members have already pointed out, we do have the strength of having a strategic partnership agreement with Wheatley Homes. And I would like to think that in the spirit of being strategic partners, that we would be able to find a way forward that doesn't bring the two organisations into some kind of conflict over this site. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Steve. I'm getting nods in the room, so if there are no other speakers, don't see anybody online, we've got the recommendations. So members are asked to note 2.1 and agree the inclusion of the proposed sites in the strategic housing investment plan following submission to the Council by Wheatley Homes South, and this is referenced in paragraph 4.6 in table 2. You can see what's being proposed, and agree 2.3, the draft strategic housing investment plan 2024 annual review, which is mentioned in Appendix 3, and also for Steve, Jamie, whoever else, to engage with Wheatley. Will that be down as an action from this committee? Stephen Thompson?
Yeah, so it was just, you've kind of touched on it, Chair, but it was just to capture those actions, and I know there's a growing list of actions being captured as we speak, but also the one about the legal advice, which I think we're expecting that now, but it's just so we know that, so when all members of this committee receive that massive action list from today, we can keep track, because there's been a lot of good debate and points raised, so thank you.
Yeah, keep track of our actions. Thanks very much. Okay, members, we'll move on to agenda item 11. This is the local development plan, draft gatehouse of Fleet, conservation area, character, appraisal and management plan, supplementary guidance. Members are asked to consider the consultation draft of the Gatehouse Fleet Conservation Area Character Appraisal and Management Plan. We've got Steve Rogers here, who is available to take any questions, along with any other officers that may be required. Steve, have you anything to add to the report, or I'll just open it up to members' debate?
Nothing to add at this point, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Open up to members' debate. I've got Councillor Carruthers, then Baretti.
Happy to go second, because I've just got to move the recommendations, Chair.
Thank you. Have you got a seconder? Councillor Baretti.
That was quick. Chair, page 211. It's the general management matters that relate to this proposal, and no doubt climate change adaptations. I've seen throughout this region, since I've been a councillor, a number of renewable energy applications that have gone completely against my thinking of how they actually would be energy efficient, because in Gatehouse, the village or the town is orientated north-south. Now, if anyone wants to put in renewable energy devices such as photovoltaic, are they going to be able to do that? Because they need to put them on a south-facing roof. Now, it's not clear enough here whether or not the climate adaptations will allow them to do that if it's got to go through to a committee. And my worry is that we are disadvantaging anyone who has a house in that region if they want to try and save money and cut down their carbon footprint. So I agree with the proposal, but I really want a strengthening of this this particular part of the policy.
Thanks, Councillor Beretti. Steve, can you assist him? Councillor Beretti.
I'll defer to Mizzy, I think, who's online.
Oh, I see Lizzie online. Thank you.
Right. Yes, I think the intention is to ask people to consider their options in terms of addition of photovoltaics. I mean, if they have a long garden, they could probably do something there rather than use a south-facing elevation that might affect the character of the conservation area. But it's basically a case of each application on its own merits. And there's no intention to dissuade people from making adaptations to improve the energy efficiency or generate energy from their own property. But so I take on board the point, and I will look at the wording to see can that be strengthened. But but thank you for the comments, Councillor Beretti.
Thanks very much. Councillor Beretti, you want to come back in?
Yeah, thank you. That doesn't fill me with, how is the best word to put it, because photovoltaics should really be up high, not in a garden, unless you've got absolute guarantee that there's going to be no shadow effect from any foliage and trees. Now, knowing Gatehouse quite well, that isn't the case for a lot of these gardens. I would be, you've effectively just said that that the residents would consider. Well, that's the whole point. They haven't maybe got a choice. There is only the roof which is going to be valid, and I really do need some strengthening on this guarantee that they're not going to be told, well, yes, it's a nice idea, but we don't want it.
So what are you proposing?
Well, I would suggest that it does say somewhere else that materials should be considerate. So, as I've often said in planning, the best solar panels or the best photovoltaic panels put on roofs are all black because they're not that visible on roofs, rather than saying having a silver frame. So there should be guarantees and recommendations as to the type of panels that should be allowed, and it wouldn't impact on the visual impact.
Remember, this is not a planning committee, and all planning matters are treated on their own merit, all applications that come in. And you clearly had the officer saying or putting suggestions that if a roof is not viable, then there's always gardens. So I mean, there's alternative means, and we're not restricting just to the PV solar panels. There's other means of protect the climate with renewable resources. It doesn't have to be just PV. So I don't know what you're proposing here, Councillor Beretti, but I'll say I've got a few hands up anyway, so I'll take those in turn. So I've got Councillor Hagman, Howie, Carruthers and Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies, I missed the very start of this item, so if this question has been asked already, apologies. I've been called into a couple of other meetings while we've been in committee, so apologies on that. But just quite a couple of simple questions, I would hope. Normally when we're coming forward with for agreement for any consultations, there would be a consultation mandate. There's been no consultation mandate issued with the PAC. There's no appendix for a consultation mandate. And again, I guess it's a governance point of view, ensuring consistency across our papers. Do we need one? Normally we would have one. I would suggest that we would. I wouldn't want to hold it up, but I think maybe following the committee today, if that could be shared with members, I think it would be really important, because it just outlines who we're going to contact and seeking that permission, etc. I'm really aware that when we've gone out to consult on these draft proposals or the supplementary guidance, sometimes we only get 1 or 2 responses back. So it just offers that reassurance that we've got the consultation mandate, we know where we're going. And if people don't respond or engage with that, well, we've at least tried and we've got the evidence to show that we tried. My other question was, and it might be quite useful just in the update, noting that again, we've got a new structure. This is now sitting within this new committee, please, is the proposed programme of all these conservation area character appraisal and management plans was agreed back in March 21, and it was agreed that 2 would be done per year. Now, the Gatehouse one was scheduled for 22-23. Appreciate there has been slippage in this. This is because it's coming forward for 23-24. But where's the rest of those updates? Have we done it all? Forgive me, I'm sure I could work it out if I go back through all the committees, but when we're looking at all these, because there was a whole host in agreement that we would do 2 per year, it would have been really helpful to have that within the plan. And again, perhaps that could be provided following the committee if we're on schedule with that plan, or if there's been slippage on which ones we have, because if we're doing 2 per year, but we've only got 1 before us, what slipped as well, and obviously this year's ones, are they still going to come forward for this year? So it's just so that we can get an appreciation. Totally understand that there's pressures within the services and there'll be a reason for slippage, but it's just so that we're really clear of where we're at. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Hagman. Mizzy, you want to take this one? Or?
Yes, well, first of all, this is probably going to be the last supplementary guidance that goes to Scottish Government for consultation, because when NPF 4 was brought in, they have removed the ability to adopt supplementary guidance in the same way. So we would have to transfer these, and we would come back to committee with this suggestion to become planning guidance. So it's sort of thrown the programme a bit. And yes, I think this is the first year that I haven't produced 2. So hopefully that'll be the last time that happens. So that's something that will come forward at a later date. But yeah, I take your point. And the other point on the mandate, I don't think I've ever brought a mandate before committee. We tend to report the consultation at the second stage where it's come back from consultation, but I take your point. And yeah, I'll make sure that the consultation mandate will certainly go out to councillors in advance of the consultation beginning. That's not a problem at all.
Thanks, Mizzy. Councillor Hagman.
Yeah, no, that's fine. It would be really useful to have consistencies across all the directorates, because in other committees we do always see a consultation mandate. So again, it's just about that consistency of reporting. But thanks, Mizzy.
Thanks very much. Councillor Howie.
Thank you, Chair. Regarding page 181 alterations, just looking for clarification if there remains an outright ban on the use of UPVC on windows on houses within the conservation area that aren't listed. I'm just wondering if that is the case or if there's a misconception on that, Chair.
Mizzy?
Yeah. In May 24th, just a couple of months ago, or 3 months ago, there was a new permitted development was introduced by Scottish Government. So there's no longer a requirement to apply for planning permission for changes to windows in conservation areas. Instead, there's a sort of a prior determination, prior approval arrangement, and the windows on the front elevation no longer they need to match what is there, but not necessarily in materials. Clearly, it's different for listed buildings, but for conservation areas where the property is not listed, and we're talking about domestic properties, that's the case, and that has just changed from May 24. So interesting that you pick that up at this point in time, and we will be amending the planning guidance to that effect.
Thank you, very helpful.
Thanks, Councillor Howie. Councillor Carruthers and then Councillor Thompson.
Just on a procedural point, Chairman, so it's going back to what Councillor Baretti mentioned earlier. So at 2.3, if I had a point that I really wanted to further develop and change the language as a proposal going forward in this particular guidance, would I be able to pick up a conversation offline with Mizzy, the report author, and get that adjusted, so potentially that would be ready for it coming back to the next meeting?
Mizzy?
Absolutely. If you've got comments to make outside of the committee, I'm happy to take those on board as part of the consultation. I presume that's acceptable.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Carruthers. Councillor Thompson.
Points have mainly been covered, but just on the consultation, I know at the very start of the report it sort of outlines the bullet points of how that consultation will happen, but I do agree with the wider point that Councillor Habing makes, that why would this committee be any different from like education? And I know there's been a lot of debate about education-related consultations and how they are delivered, so it would seem to make sense that if we are doing consultation, we might be experts in our respective professional fields, but we actually, I think the ward officers and other people are much better versed in engaging with communities day in, day out. So there's maybe something about, you know, the right people doing the right jobs. So I think there should be consistency if that can be achieved the best possible way. So that's just to agree there. And in terms of Councillor Beretti's initial point, interesting to hear Councillor Howie bring that in about the new permitted development for non-listed buildings in conservation areas. I think that's progressive. It's certainly this council's priority to, overarching priority, I would say, in terms of one of its 5 major priorities, but in terms of supporting things towards delivering net zero and the climate emergency. I don't see the same urgency listed in our top priorities as being we must protect the bricks and mortar in small communities, but I do recognise the importance of having a character that's preserved and protected as much as possible. But that should fall under the greater priority, which is about, well, they should be at least well insulated and potentially renewably energy generating. So I think there's something about strengthening the permissiveness of that paragraph on page 209, for example, climate change adaptations, because it kind of prescribes almost, look outside in the back garden first before you do anything to the house. But I think the technology and the aesthetics are sort of at least possible nowadays to develop respectful measures that could be on the front elevation of a house, for example, if it's south facing, that would at least mitigate the impact on the conservation area, but actually serve a greater priority, which is our journey towards net zero and good energy efficiency. So is there a way we can be more permissive rather than restrictive, notwithstanding the fact that it is a conservation area document? I suppose that's the question to ask through yourself, Chair, to anybody who can helpfully answer me. Thank you.
So you're looking for more weight given to the climate change adaptations sort of thing? Yeah, nods in the room. Steve, do you want to come in on that one?
Chair, yes. It was really just to say that the purpose of this guidance is to act as supplementary guidance to our planning policy. So it's the planning policies, I think, possibly that Councillor Thompson is referring to, and it's the planning policies that are set out in LDP2 and thereafter in LDP3 that will determine that level of priority. So it's certainly something that can be revisited and reviewed as part of the LDP3 development process.
And I'm sure members can feed into that once it goes out to the public as well. So, yeah. Leader, Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Chair. Just very briefly, and sorry I had to nip out to take a call. It's just on the back of Councillor Thompson's point. I co-chair the high-level planning performance group with the Minister nationally, which is a really good forum, and this has been raised in that forum repeatedly, that we can't meet our climate change targets and heating buildings targets and all the rest of it if we're continuing to use archaic, in some cases, legislation and policy that just don't reflect modern need. So I think collectively as a council we should perhaps look at some sort of lobbying to ensure that those national policies that are set in LDP3 will be an opportunity for us locally. But we can't meet our obligations to ensure that people are in energy efficient homes if we're having to deal with listed building issues and conservation areas. So I think it's trying to find the balance between respecting truly historic buildings that need respected and looked after and ensuring that people can live comfortably and as cheaply as possible in an insulated home. And I would just urge us all as a council maybe to look at a lobbying action on the back of that as well.
Yeah. For your comments, Councillor Thompson.
must be something to do with sugar levels at this time of day. But given that, I mean, obviously you're chair for today, but normally we would often ask the chair of the relevant committee to write to the relevant minister to express the views of the committee, for example, or full council if it was the leader, for example. But so given that that's the sort of direction we seem to be going, at least tentatively, could we just be cheeky and say, well, can we agree that the chair writes to the right person and makes that point on behalf of Dumfries and Galloway Council? Just putting it out there, like.
Or I could heel it back to the leader at the moment.
I'm quite happy to write as leader, if that's the easiest governance way of doing it. I don't know, but I'm equally happy for you to write, or we could write it jointly.
We could do it jointly. Does that satisfy you, Councillor Thompson?
I'm fine with that. But I mean, obviously, if it's subject to the will of the committee, it was just an idea in terms of how we would take it forward. Thank you.
Councillor Beretti.
Yeah, I think that's quite a reasonable solution, but I would also hope that some of the wider elected members should be able to feed into that piece of work, because yeah, and I suspect Councillor Crothers, some of us have got a lot of experience that maybe other elected members don't have.
Thank you for those comments. So if there's no other speakers, we'll go to recommendations, which is to agree 2.1, 2.2 and 2.3. We're happy to do so. And with the addition that the leader and myself will get together and lobby. Okay, thanks members. Now move on to agenda item 12. This is Place Planning Updates and Endorsements Report. This report will cover the status of multiple programmes and stages of place plan preparation across Dumfries and Galloway. This includes the advancement of place plans relating to the Borderlands Place Plans Programme, the UK Government Long-Term Plan for Towns Programme, and the local place plan development through planning legislation. You seem to be on here all the time, Steve, but I think we'll just bring in the report authors if that's probably the best thing to do. So if anybody's got anything to add, I'll just go to questions. Okay, I'll open it up to members' debate. Councillor Marshall.
Sorry, I thought you were in session, yeah. Yeah, just quite encouraging the number of place plans that are coming through, not just ones that have been identified by the Borderlands, but also communities developing their own place plans. So it's really just, and I know it's an ongoing concern and issue. I mean, I think all councils want to encourage as many communities to put forward a place plan, but it's just to make sure that the council still has the adequate resource to support all the place plans that are coming through. And I note as well, with regards to the Dumfries long-term plan, obviously I think the board hasn't been set up very long, and it may be due to time constraints, but when I look at 4.19, and this is just a personal view, but I know it's long-term plan projects over 10 years, but it's the first 3 years that the priority projects they've identified. But from the list, I don't see, I think there's maybe a little bit of a lack of ambition there with the number of projects that have been identified and the types, and probably weaken one or two of the three key themes. So maybe just due to a cautious approach, they have had responses, 750 responses back, but I would have expected to see a little bit more in those plans for the first 3 years for Dumfries Town Centre. So it's just an observation. It doesn't really set the heather light for me at the moment.
Yep, thanks very much, Councillor Marshall. I suppose it's the town board's priorities rather than the council's priorities or our priorities as individuals. But yeah, comments well made. Don't know if Shona, do you want to respond to that, or who else have we got online?
Yes, thanks, Chair. It's probably one I would actually put to head of service, because I've actually had no involvement with the town plan, the town board work.
Okay, I'll bring Steve
Thank
in.
you. Thanks, Chair.
Back to me again, I'm afraid. So yes, Councillor Marshall, as you say, this is the outcome from the work that the town board has been carrying out, and it's important that the town board have the ownership of their investment plan and their long-term vision. So it's really presented here just for information.
Thanks very much. Councillor Davison and Councillor Hagman. Councillor Davis, please. Councillor Davis.
Sorry, I forgot to take my mic off there. Sorry, Chair. I was away on a rant there, not speaking to myself. Okay, I'm referring to page 217, paragraph 4.20. Obviously, there was the calling of a general election in July 24, and the Dumfries Town Board took the decision to submit their plan on the 1st of August. And it was just really an update to ask if they actually got that done for that deadline date.
Thanks. Steve?
They did, Chair, yes. And they were advised that UK Government had already been in touch with us to say that the deadline of the 1st of August had effectively been suspended because of the impact of the general election, but the town board itself decided that it wanted to proceed, had done most of the work by that point, and was keen to meet the first deadline as previously set by UK Government. So yes, it is in. We haven't heard, there has been no feedback as yet from the submission, but it is definitely in. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much. That answers my question. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that. I've got Councillor Hagman and Councillor McGregor. Councillor Hagman.
Thank you, Chair. Yep. So, as a local ward member in Ward 2, obviously I've got 2 police plans in front of me, both of which in my ward, and they're both very different and different approaches. And obviously they've got slightly different remits. One is within the borderlands and one the community have taken forward themselves. So I think it's worth noting that. But I'd also note that these are the police plans belonging to the community. So it's not for me to dictate or the council to dictate, and that's reflected. And I think we need to really acknowledge that the hard work for all the individuals that have been involved in this. And actually there isn't a uniform process. There's not a uniform template. And, you know, I think it is a lot of work. So just first of all, to put my thanks on the record to those volunteers that have taken this forward. I think it's really positive. We want our communities to feel ownership within their communities, and by going through these processes, they are, and there's some key themes coming out. In terms of the actual recommendations, again, these are not our place plans, so they are for noting, and I absolutely appreciate that. You know, we can note the submission and note the preparation for endorsement within the Borderlands Place programme for the first one, the Wigton and Blacknock Border Place Plan. The second one notes the place plan and then asks us to agree that it is registered by the council as a local place plan and added to the local place plan register. My question would be, why are we not registering also the Wigton and Blacknock place plan? Because it still would form part of LDP 3, is my understanding. So should we not be adding in an additional recommendation? So as well as submitting through the Borderlands process, should we not be adopting this by the council as well? I would hope we are, because it would seem an enormous waste of resources to have to bring another paper back to note it separately in order for it to be captured and adopted by the council. So it's more quite a technical point on the recommendations. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Hagman. Who wants to pick up on this one?
I'll pick up on this one in terms of Wigtown. You're correct, Councillor Hagman, that yes, that should be also register as a local place plan as well. We haven't actually done the statement because we just finished the consultation, the community consultation, in time to get to the Borderlands Place Board for next week. So yes, it will be registered as well as a local place plan, but the statement for that hasn't been done yet. But that will be done in the next few weeks.
Councillor Hagman.
Yep, so can we agree for that to be registered, because we need a council agreement for it to be registered. So agree, providing that statement is provided and completed. I think it's important to get the governance right on these, especially because communities will be applying for funding and, you know, taking things forward. So no, that's really helpful. If I may, with your indulgence, Chair, in terms of some of the actions coming out.
Just a wee minute, Councillor Hagman, we're getting a bit of feedback. Councillor Slater, could you put your mic off, please?
It's not mine.
Sorry about that, Councillor Hagman, but that's us. We're just getting a hell of a feedback in the room. Thanks.
No, I appreciate that. It's just really to offer some feedback to the communities. And if I pick out one, and I'm looking at the Newton Stewart Place Plan on page 351, each section has what can we do about it. So there's redevelopment of play parks, events, setting up events groups, encouraging opening, you know, where the council can support. Are we able to signpost to the community? On the next page, 353, that one actually, we're doing a lot of work already. Some of these I believe we could probably really support the community with. For example, putting more bike racks in towns, setting up or working with the South of Scotland Destination Alliance to put it on the map for cycling. We do already have SOSE's ambition of connecting the east to west coast with a cycling route with Newton Stewart. So these are all separate issues to the place plan. But how are we as a local authority supporting our communities who have put in the work with the place plan? They've registered it as the place plan. Do we have a role in terms of actually helping enable them to take forward the aspirations? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Shelley again.
Yeah, I'll take this one as well. So yes, we do work quite closely. The police officers are working quite closely with the communities and doing a lot of signposting as well. So the things that are coming out, the local place plans, we're signposting either to other departments or other organisations that are maybe doing something that can help them. So there is a lot of signposting going on with the communities as well.
Thanks very much. Leader, Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of sort of update observations. The Borderlands had a conference last month down at Gretna, which was really successful, and it pulled together the volunteers of all these groups from across the 5 local authority areas. And I think they really valued sitting in a room together and realising that the mountain that they were trying to climb was exactly the same mountain as everybody else. So that was a really good conference. In respect of what Councillor Marshall was saying about capacity, and I think Steve acknowledges this as well, within the Borderlands Partnership, the 5 local authority area leaders have requested some additional resource, acknowledging that we're dealing with many other things within our councils, levelling up and various other funding streams through economic development. So Borderlands Partnership have agreed for some additional resource. What that will look like, whether it's a person centrally or whatever, we don't know yet. But I think it's going to be absolutely essential to enable us to do this work locally, as well as being able to do all the other stuff out with Borderlands. So we'll give you an update on that once we know the final detail.
Yeah, thanks for your comments. Unless you want to respond to that, Steve, no?
Yeah, Chair, thank you. And as the leader says, that's an important additional resource that we're going to be able to draw on to support the development of those Borderlands place plans. I think the other issue with regard to the degree of uptake of place plans is our ability to support all of the other communities across Dumfries and Galloway that have expressed interest or are developing their local place plans. I think it's fair to say it has been quite a strain, particularly on our local development plan team, to support that activity as well as to take forward the work around LDP2. But we have been working very closely across services, so between the ward officers, the planning officer and the place team within economic development have all pulled together to provide that support. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much. With that, I think we'll move to recommendations. Nobody else is coming in. 2.1 to note the preparation and submission of the Wigtown and Borderlands Place Plan, and we can get this registered once we receive the report. 2.2 note the preparation and submission of the Stranraer Borderlands Town Investment Plan, as mentioned in Appendix 2, and endorse the plan at Appendix 2, the work of the Stranraer Town Team in its development. 2.3 note the progress made by Dumfries Town Board in preparation of a long-term plan of Dumfries for submission to the UK Government for approval as set out in paragraphs 4.17 to 4.21. Note the Newton Stewart Minigaff local place plan supporting submission, reference in Appendix 3, demonstrates that local place plan legislative requirements have been met. And 2.5 agree that the Newton Stewart Minigaff local place plan, reference in Appendix 4, is registered by the Council as local place plan and is added to the local place plan register on the Council's webpage. We're happy to note and agree those recommendations. Yeah. Okay, members, we'll now move on to agenda 13, is it? Yeah. Agenda item 13. This is the Nature Restoration Fund. Members are asked to consider the allocation of the Nature Restoration Fund, brackets NRF, known as the Edinburgh Process strand of the NRF, to support new or to enhance existing approaches to restoring biodiversity. And again, I've got you down as the report, Stephen, but I think it's, who's the report of that? Simon Fieldhouse. Yeah. So if you've got anything to add to the report, I'll just open it up to members. Simon?
Nothing to add, Chair.
Thank you very much. Opened up to members. Councillor Marshall.
Yeah, just really to welcome the project in the Annan River. It's a substantial investment, and I think over the last 2 or 3 years there's been a lot of work concentrated in this area in the western region, so it's nice to get a good meaty project into the east.
Thank you very much. Any other contributions? Councillor Slater.
Has there been any forward movement on having a TPO manager, tree preservation order in Dumfries and Galway? Because we're still losing a lot of our, what do you call it, old trees are still being cut down, and maybe we could do with a tree preservation officer to take some control of that. Thank you.
Thanks. I don't think he's in the report, but I mean, Steve?
Yeah, this is the issue that we're going to bring a report to the November committee on, Chair. Chair, could I maybe just add, just going back to the previous point that was made about the projects and the funding, that we have been notified that this funding for this year has officially been withdrawn. However, we felt it was important to have the projects set out that we would intend to deliver so that we can do the preparatory work. But I just wanted to make sure that members appreciate, or maybe don't appreciate, but understand that the funding is not there for the delivery of this programme this year, and we have now been notified of that. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Steve. Leader, Councillor McGregor.
That was going to be exactly my question, because I'm aware that the Nature Restoration Fund is being utilised in a capital switch for the pay offer, and amongst other capital funding. So that's really disappointing, and we weren't aware of the unintended consequences of where that funding was coming from initially. So we got to find that money out of our own funds now.
Steve?
That would essentially be a matter for members. That's not what we're suggesting. We're just suggesting that at this stage that we do the initial kind of preparatory work for the project so that we've got them ready to go pending future funding announcement for next year.
Maybe something that members can consider in budget setting as well. Okay, no other members coming in? Oh, Councillor Hagman.
Thanks, Chair. I was writing speak. I don't know, could we maybe clarify next time whether it's easier to write speak or put hands up? Just I'm using hands up, but if it's easier to put speak, I can put speak. No, I think I should probably declare statement of connection as the resources spokesperson for COSLA. Obviously, we've just touched upon the funding point there and the fact that we hadn't drawn down this funding, and my understanding is it had been unallocated, so therefore redirected within local government for pay. So I don't know when the fund opened, of whether there was a delay in us putting in the request for funding. I'm not sure of the timescales where we are within D&G. But I guess my question would be, and I'm noting the various organisations that we're wanting to take forward, we don't necessarily always get updates of what's happening, and I appreciate the forward plan has got on there a report back from the citizens panel on economy and environment, and Simon and Sarah Farrell have been leading on that. That's coming in November, but it's just really to request, will we get an update, will we get an annual report on our response to the biodiversity strategy? The draft strategy has been defined. It's not. I'm not quite sure of the timings of that. Has that been fully incorporated as a national strategy? And will we get an annual update of how we're working with partners? Because clearly we cannot take forward these projects alone. We are relying on our third sector partners and environmental organisations that are championing these. These are the experts in their field, so we should be working with them. And it's just, how do we keep an eye of what's happening locally when we're not the lead agency going forward? Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Hagman. Simon or Steve? Simon?
Thank you, Chair. Through yourself, just to reassure Councillor Hagman, obviously with regards to the NRF funding, we're required obviously to complete returns to the Scottish Government, outlining obviously sort of the spend profiles, the activities that have been completed. Happy to bring that back to members either offline or through a committee report, and obviously can take advice and guidance from my head of service in relation to obviously further reporting in terms of partnership working, to ensure members are fully up to speed with our activities.
Yeah, thanks very much. Councillor Hagman, you okay with that?
Chair, just
yeah,
with
that's perfect.
just
Thank
with
you.
I've got Steve coming in.
It's just really with a supplementary to that, just to reassure Councillor Hagman that it does appear in our service plan that we've just approved for this year as a project. So there will be updates reported as part of the service plan reports.
Thanks very much. Don't see anyone else coming in, so we'll go to recommendations. Members are asked to agree the Nature Restoration Fund and allocation, bearing in mind that the funding is being redistributed, but the work will continue at this moment in time, and maybe members should consider that this forms part of the budget process or some other means of having to try and find funding if we are unsuccessful or getting any future funding. Members happy with that? Okay, now move on to agenda item 14. This is outside bodies. Members are asked to consider the nominations to fill vacancies on 2 outside bodies in accordance with the Council's scheme for the representation on outside bodies. We've got Tracy Sonko is available to take any questions on the report. So, Tracy, have you anything to add to the report, or I'll just go to questions?
Afternoon, members. No, nothing to add. Thank you.
Thanks, Tracy. Open to members. Councillor Hagman.
Thanks, Chair. It's not in relation to the recommendations. I'm not coming in to propose anybody at this point, which may be a disappointment for some, but there we are. It's just more of a wider point of outside bodies. Again, with the new structure, have we got a list of all the outside bodies that this new committee is going to be reported to, and are we confident that elected members that have been previously appointed to those outside bodies still sit within this committee? So it's just more a governance point. If we could get that clarified, obviously maybe not now, but following the committee. Thanks.
Thanks, Tracy.
Thanks, Councillor Hagman. Yes, I've updated the list of outside bodies. Obviously, that was prior to the memberships being confirmed for each of the committees, but I will be doing a bit of work in the background with groups if memberships have changed and members no longer sit on the relevant committees. But I will be getting an updated list which will be found on the library, but I can circulate that round members once it's updated.
Thank you. So, Councillor McGregor.
I take it nobody behind me is putting their hand up, no. Okay, on that basis, I think Councillor Blake would be happy to sit on the Galloway and Southern Ayrshire Biosphere Board, and I'll take up the appointment on the Southern Uplands Partnership, if somebody would second me.
Thanks for volunteering. Members okay with that? I think so. I'm getting nods in the room now, Gail. So we've got recommendations to appoint one member to the Galloway Southern Ayrshire Biosphere Board, which will be Councillor Blake, and appoint one elected member to the Southern Uplands Partnership. Will be yourself, leader, Councillor McGregor. Thank you, members. Now move on to agenda item 15, which is any other business deemed urgent by the chairman. I don't have any other business at this moment in time. So all I would like to say, it's been a long day, but thank you for your attendance today, and have a safe journey home, those who are in the room. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.